Order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2004, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee and scheduled on the House calendar for today. An executive session may be held on any bill referred to the committee. Please note there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. All votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by a roll call vote. We'll start by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, also state that there's anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Allegro.
What's that?
Your name was called.
Oh, I'm sorry. Present.
Representative Bailey. Representative Fellows.
Present in the room alone.
Representative LaBranche.
Present, and I am in my room alone.
Please state the location you're at.
He did. He stated it, Representative Schmidt. Representative Goley.
Present at home, and my wife is in the other room.
Representative Groder is here at home in her office alone. Representative Judy, not here yet. Representative Lanzara.
I'm here and I will be mobile today and I will be alone.
Thank you. Representative Lekas.
I'm present and in the committee room.
Representative McGuire.
Present in the committee room.
Representative O'Brien. Here. Representative Pearson. Representative Roy.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Santo Nastazo. Representative Santo Nastazo. I see you, but I don't hear you. Well, I don't really actually see you either. Okay, I'll come back. Representative Schmidt.
I am present at my home office in Dover, alone.
Representative Schuett.
I am present at my home in Pembroke, alone, except for my cat.
Representative Schultz.
Present in my home in Concord, and my husband, Gene Taylor, will be in and out of the room.
Okay, Representative Sytek will be arriving later. Representative Yakubovich.
Present at home, alone in the room.
Okay. So just to be sure, in the LOB, we have Representative Allegro, we have Representative McGuire, we have Representative Roy, and we have Representative Lekas. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I have a further announcement. The last hearing this morning, that is House Bill 631, will have closed captioning available. There is a link to obtain it, and we will deal with that when it comes. I thought let people know that the closed captioning will be available for that hearing. All right. On House Bill 230, I call Representative McWilliams, who is the prime sponsor.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair McGuire. It's a pleasure to be here this morning and to see you all virtually. My name is Rebecca McWilliams. I am a representative for the west side of Concord, Merrimack 27. I'm also the mom of 3 small kids. I have 3-year-old twins and a 4-month-old. So this bill is near and dear to my heart because I am living childcare in New Hampshire. So I'm going to give a little bit of history about the bill. House Bill 230 came out of a study committee, which I chaired in 2019. So House Bill 524 turned into a study where we had 5 meetings with the public. The committee was charged to examine the adequacy of daycare programs and facilities across the state, identify issues and impediments to starting, running, and growing both home and commercial daycare facilities, and also identify ways to reverse the current trend, this is 2019, of childcare facility closures. So after 5 meetings and many hours of testimony, we compiled a report identifying several of the pain points to the childcare industry on the business side in hopes that we could come up with a bipartisan solution. This was very much about resolving issues to make sure that businesses can survive, that parents can get childcare, and that the children are safe. And of course, it's always a negotiation. So in 2020, we did introduce a bill that unfortunately did not make it through due to COVID. It was actually a series of bills in 2020. And what I've done for the 2021 session, since we're limited on time and this is all pretty much hybrid or remote, all of the bills that were introduced in 2020 have been combined here in 2021 into what I'm calling an omnibus business of childcare bill. So the bill itself really seeks to solve some issues that were uncovered during the study and the committee hearings and findings in 2019. The first is coming up with a procedure that is more fair for businesses for posting the results of childcare monitoring visits on the DHHS website, and also providing additional time for business owners to respond to the department's findings. The second thing is to reduce the amount of continuing ed required of professionals working in the childcare industry. Right now, the number of hours is 18, and this bill seeks it to drop it to 6 hours. There were many reasons cited, but one of the big ones was because there seems to be a little bit of difficulty in getting those hours. And also for childcare employees who have to pay for their own continuing ed, there is a hurdle to both finding the time, often they are taking care of their own children in their off time, and paying for continuing ed. So we did a comparison between other professions that also have a heightened standard of safety. Police officers in New Hampshire need 8 hours of continuing ed per year, and lawyers need 12 hours. And then comparing salary of those 2 professions to childcare, we felt that 6 was an adequate compromise, and that's why it's written in the bill, this omnibus bill, the way it is. In addition, we established the minimum qualifications for certification as a childcare associate teacher, allowing life experience to count. There are quite a few individuals who would be interested in meeting the standards, but would not be able to actually attend college level courses. And so this would take life experience in as allowable for being an associate teacher. Also, we looked at diversity in the industry, and it appears that while there are quite a few children who represent minority populations, it's very rare to find an associate teacher who's a minority, and this may be an impediment requiring the college level credits. Finally, step 4, we changed some of the requirements for the appeals process following a dispute between the state coming in and doing an audit of a child care facility. Basically, there was some concern about retaliatory behavior and whether a facility truly needed to be closed following a major finding after the state came in and did an audit. And so this is hopefully to clarify the language in this bill to allow that facility to remain open until the pendency of the appeal is completed. And then finally, the goal on step 5 is to study the creation of a neutral appeals process to review violations committed by a child care facility. Obviously, the concern here again is retaliatory behavior and feeling as though when someone comes in and audits a facility, the person who's looking at that facility may be the judge, jury, and executioner, and there really didn't seem to be a neutral third party or a process for review outside of the state assigned staff. So that's really what this bill sets out to do, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee?
Question?
Representative Allegro.
Thank you for recognizing me. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, how many total child daycare centers from your studies, daycare centers are there, and roughly how many closed in the past year, 2 years?
You know, I don't have that data in front of me, and I don't want to give you bad data. You know, I would say that we're over 1,000, but I can't give you the actual numbers for total. And closures are a little bit difficult to track because often what will happen is a facility will close and reopen under another name. So it may not truly be a closure. So I'm going to defer to the state to get you that data with some future testimony.
Yes,
Thank you.
they would know. Any other questions? Okay, there's one. Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative McWilliams, can you go over again the professional development hours, the change in that, and also do you have any information that compares what we have now and what you're proposing to what other states require?
Well, that's an excellent question. Just to reiterate, the current requirement is 18 hours of continuing ed. And some facilities are able to provide that for their staff. Some facilities require the staff to do that on their own time with their own dime. This proposal seeks to reduce it to 6 rather than 18. I know we looked at Vermont, and I can dig that up for you and get back to you on that. I don't have it in front of me, but it did appear that New Hampshire was higher than our neighboring states. I don't know the exact numbers, but I'll get back to you on that one.
Thank you.
Just follow up.
Follow up.
Isn't the number of professional development hours is different for different kinds of staff, isn't it? And are you just changing one?
So the blanket, you are correct. There are 2 different levels. The blanket change drops everything to 6. That's the way it's written. I believe that part-time under a certain number of hours is less than 18. I believe it's 12 hours for part-time. And once again, I'll let the state give you the exact correct data on that. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative McWilliams, did you acquire the knowledge either through your commissioner of your own efforts to determine what the marketplace offers with regard to competitive work for people who would be potential child care employees in terms of wages and benefits?
Yes, this was something that we heard quite a bit of testimony about from people who attended the study committee hearings. It appears that although minimum wage in New Hampshire is $7.25, most facilities are able to offer in a range of somewhere around $9 to $15 for childcare staff. Unfortunately, that still seems to be a bit of a bar to retaining staff because some of the retail positions in the state are offering 15 to 18 or even 19 an hour. So what we're seeing is that it's sometimes or in many cases in 2019, it was awfully difficult to replace a staff person once they had left, because we were looking to find someone who already had the continuing ed credits, and also was willing to work for something less than, say, a entry-level retail position in their community often. So it is a battle to both find and retain staff. And as I said, the study committee was really tasked with reducing impediments.
Quick follow-up.
Follow-up?
So, and in terms of entry into the workplace, it sounds like, childcare workers have requirements education-wise, training-wise, whereas the Walmart, hypothetically, they can walk right in the door.
That is correct. And that
Thank
is
you.
here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Did we not have a bill similar to this last year, and the committee found that 6 hours was far too few?
You are correct on that individual bill. We were in the process of negotiating that number up when everything went kaput.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
And is it true that the committee has received some testimony from childcare agencies out there not wanting to lower it this low, and that we should probably be looking at maybe another number?
I'm open to an amendment on the number of hours. I was open to an amendment in 2020. I'm open to an amendment now. I think that this is a negotiated thing.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, are there other questions? All right.
Clement's already in.
Yes. I'd like to call Melissa Clement.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Melissa Clement, I'm the Chief of the Child Care Licensing Unit, and the information I'm going to provide, I'll provide this information, then I'll also obviously be open for questions. The first thing when looking at the bill under number 1, we are looking for some consistency with how the days and business days are mentioned in the bill. On line 8, it states 21 days, while line 10 states 15 business days. And we would just recommend that both be business days so it's clear. And then under section 2, line 20, I provided the committee with a chart this morning via email, which outlines the professional development requirements in other states. New Hampshire requires 18 hours for staff working 25 or more hours, and for all directors and lead teachers, 12 hours for staff working fewer than 25 hours, except for those directors and lead teachers, and 3 hours for high school students and full-time college students. By the federal requirements under the Child Development Block Grant Act, we do have to require some number of professional hours per year, but the number of hours is under the discretion of the state. Just to summarize the other New England states, only Vermont requires fewer hours at 15 for all staff. Broadly, requirements for full-time staff in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut require 20 hours, and Maine requires 30 hours. When this issue was heard by the committee last year under HB 1713, there were work sessions with members of the committee and the department and child care providers, as child care providers were split on the reduction of hours. Out of those sessions, the department made a commitment to allow first aid and CPR to count towards those 18 hours. Currently, that's excluded under our rules. The bill was determined to be inexpedient to legislate, noting the work done in the committee from the department to revise the rule. And we're working on revisions of the child care licensing rules, which will allow for that. As you know, with COVID, things have gotten a little crazy, so the work on our revision of the rules hasn't progressed as we thought it would last year, but we are committed and we're doing that this year. In addition, for professional development, the Department of Labor confirmed that any number of hours above what law or rule requires must be paid for by the employer. So if programs wish to have their staff complete more professional development, it would be at a cost to them, which they are not required currently to pay for. Many professional development opportunities are free or low cost. There is the Child Care Aware of New Hampshire, which provides a lot of TA and training for child care providers at minimum cost. Moving on to the section regarding the qualifications, which are the qualifications that are allowed to supervise a group of children alone, looking at line 22, starting there. What is proposed is for an associate teacher, which is a minimum of 1,000 hours of supervised childcare experience in a licensed childcare program and 30 hours of training in child growth and development, the latter of which may be documented life experience. One question the department has is what is meant by documented life experience and who's making that determination? Is that determination being made by the program when they're hiring someone? Is that documented life experience something the department will be required to create rules around what that means? And then also to address something that many of the committee members may have seen earlier this week. There was an article in Union Leader which implied that all teachers in childcare programs are required to have bachelor's degrees. So in case that is something that everyone has seen, or some of you have, I just want to clarify that is inaccurate. Associate teacher qualifications are the minimum requirements for an individual to be responsible for a group of children. And in addition to alternative pathways, such as a 2-year vocational childcare technical course or a Para-2 educator certification through the Department of Education, New Hampshire childcare licensing rules require associate teachers to be at least 18 years old and have 9 college credits in either child development, early childhood, or elementary education, or other field of study focused on children with at least 3 of those credits in child growth and development. If a program has a candidate with 3 credits in one of those topics, they can create a written plan to obtain the additional 6 credits within a year while they work as the associate teacher. And the Bureau of Child Development and Head Start Collaboration in Health and Human Services funds an early childhood tuition assistance program with Granite State College and the Community College System of New Hampshire, which pays 100% for an individual's first early childhood college class and 3 courses and 3 other courses in areas of critical need. So there are up to 4 classes that can be obtained for 100% tuition reimbursement. And they also provide 50% tuition to other early childhood education courses. A comparison to our neighboring states for staff responsible for a group of children. In Vermont, what they term a teacher associate, each group of children is led by a staff member who's qualified as a teacher associate for at least 75% of the hours of operation. They must be 20 years old and complete high school and must have a minimum of 21 college credits in early childhood and 12 months of working with children grades 3 or younger. They also have additional options such as an apprenticeship program or a childcare certificate through Vermont Community College, which is 24 credits in early childhood. A teacher assistant may be in charge of a group of children for 25% of their operating hours in Vermont. And that individual needs to have at least a 3-credit college course in child or human development or school age care and 12 months of experience. And they also have other options to qualify, but they still require some college level coursework as an assistant. And that person can be in charge of a group of children for 25% of the operating hours. In Massachusetts, a teacher must be at least 21 years of age, have a high school diploma, and have completed 3 credits in child growth and development and 9 months of work experience, or have graduated from a 2-year high school vocational program, or have a child development associate, which is also known as a CDA credential. New Hampshire also allows for a CDA credential. We award that as a lead teacher option, so it's higher than the associate teacher. Mass allows education to substitute for experience, but not experience to substitute for education. They also require specific areas of experience with the age group the teacher is caring for. So the teacher must have experience with preschool children when they're teaching preschool, or with infants and toddlers when they're teaching infants and toddlers. Maine has, let's see, their group leader, which would be the term that they use for someone who can be alone with a group of children. They have to be at least 18 years old and have either a child development associate, that CDA credential, or 6 months experience working in a child care facility with 13 or more children, or 1 year, 30 credit hours of college work, including a course in a child-related subject. So those are the 3 neighboring states to New Hampshire that obviously compete with us for employers. And that gives you some information as to what other states are requiring. In addition to that, the department began meeting with childcare providers to hear from them on any number of issues. Last year, while we were in the pandemic, we've been using Zoom. And in December, we scheduled a meeting for next week, February 9th, to discuss staff qualifications. We recognize the need to look to our rule and hear from providers what changes are needed. And we also regularly approve waivers to allow for additional time to obtain the requirements in order for staff to be qualified. For sections 3 and 4 of the bill, Department Counsel Kelly Tom and Chief Legal Officer Melissa St. Cyr are here to speak to those sections.
Thank you. We have some questions from the committee.
Sure.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I just want to say a correction. HB 1713 in 2020, the one that would have changed or lowered the number of required college credits, actually was not an expedient to legislate. It was tabled. I believe it was ought to pass was the motion we would have considered had we voted on it then, but then because of COVID, it died. So there's one. 2, okay, so you mentioned some states, the surrounding states to New Hampshire. Do you know what their minimum wage is?
I do not know.
For Vermont, it's $11.75 an hour. For Maine, it's $11. In Massachusetts, it's $12. You must know that New Hampshire doesn't have a minimum wage and it's $7.25 an hour. So for the entry level teacher associate, how much on average do they earn an hour?
Here in New Hampshire?
Yeah.
I believe Representative McWilliams spoke to that. And I would agree with what she said for a range of $9 to $15 or so, that would be average for childcare workers.
Great, thank you.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Clement. You mentioned that you have been negotiating the fact of the continuing hours. I was wondering if you felt that those negotiations are close to coming to an agreement and what that might be.
So for the professional development hours, what we are considering, because we did hear strong opinions from both childcare providers for and against it, the negotiated agreement what we came to with the work sessions last year was that we would start counting first aid and CPR. Much of that training can be 4 to 6 hours. So that would be an addition of hours that they can now count towards their annual hours that they were not able to count previously. So we felt that was a reasonable compromise.
Thank you.
We are still continuing to, hear from providers. Nothing is set in stone, but that is where we're starting from based on the work that was done last year.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. So my next question is, would you feel that degrees that are granted by community colleges, which we all know are a lot less expensive than higher schools of education are adequate to obtain jobs at these positions?
So we're not asking for full degrees. In order, if we're talking about the associate teacher requirements, we asked for 9 credits in early childhood. So that is the equivalent of 3 courses typically at a community college, or maybe 4 courses. Grant State College awards 4 credits per course. So yes, so I mean, that's where we're at right now based on neighboring states, based on the research done, that some level of coursework is necessary in order to understand children's growth and development and be able to provide a safe and healthy environment for them. So that's where we've started from. But we recognize that there could be other ways to obtain that those degrees. And we have just this year launched the department a teacher apprenticeship program. And also we are also now working with doing Teach program, which helps pay for college coursework as well. And that's being done through the Bureau of Child Development and Head Start collaboration.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Baroda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Clemens, I was on the subcommittee for the amendment to this bill last year. And at that time, you had mentioned that you were going to be adding CPR and first aid to the requirements, to those requirements that we're going to count to help lower the required education. So how much longer would that take?
Hopefully not much longer. We plan to do that this year. Like I said, we're meeting with providers next week in order to, flesh out some of those staff qualification issues. We're working on revising the rule, but you know how rulemaking works. We need to have our draft completed and submitted over to the Joint Committee on Legislative, Joint Administrative Committee on Legislative Rules and to go through that process. So I anticipate by the fall, if not sooner, but it is a process and our rules are quite large and we are working on streamlining them and doing a lot more than just this one thing, because there are other things that we've identified that we want to address as well.
Thank you.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Clements. So I'm glad to see you're doing comparative studies with regard to our neighboring states. I'm wondering whether you're monitoring to see whether our system is working in terms of having sufficient labor force available to meet the competency requirements and so forth, because while you've given us some very interesting information, it's more differentiated than just some of the parameters you've given us. So is it working in New Hampshire?
I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that question. I know obviously
are you trying to monitor that aspect, whether it's working or not?
We're taking information from the providers that we license and determining what issues that they're having. We are also noting that it's kind of a chicken and egg scenario where if providers can't increase the amount of money they're offering for staff, then it's hard to attract people to those positions, whether or not the education requirements are higher or lower. I've heard from providers that even if they're putting ads out there, and I'm sure you'll have providers speak to this, even putting ads out there, they're not getting anyone to even respond, never mind whether they're qualified or not once they do respond and they have a chance to talk to them. So I'm not sure that the rule is necessarily the place to address that. Our rules are making sure that the care that is being provided to children is safe and adequate. And it's not really a place where we can look to address the childcare needs, which have been going on for years. This isn't a new phenomenon. This is something that's been happening a long time. But we are doing our best to get our pulse on that and to see what we can do.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'd like to call Kelly Tom.
Madam Chair, while we have a tiny break, has Representative Bailey arrived?
He's not in the room with us.
Okay, then I see other representatives have come in and I've been able to check them off. So I think he's the only one who's not at the committee hearing.
Good morning. Representative Judy is here.
Very good. You have video.
Thank you.
Representative Judy, you have video.
Yes, I'm here.
Could you share it with us?
Definitely, yes.
Ms. Tom?
I'd also like to announce my attendance.
I'm sorry?
That was Representative Sato Anastasio.
Okay, you're here.
I'm alone in Ridge, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
I also can put agenda for instance. She's
All right, I don't see Ms. Tom.
in there.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Yes, you wish to testify.
I do, yes, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kelly Tom, and I am General Counsel for the department's Child Care Licensing Unit. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning and wish to touch base briefly on sections 3 and 4 of the proposed legislation. With respect to section 3 on page 1, line 25, the department would simply like to point out that the inclusion of the language in paragraph 2 to allow a licensee the right to appeal an informal dispute resolution goes above and beyond the rights of other licensees, not just those in childcare. Additionally, the department did not receive a request for a fiscal note worksheet for this legislation, but I would just point out that there would be a significant fiscal impact to the department for this additional right of appeal. This would be an entirely new process that is unfamiliar to both childcare licensing staff and to the hearings examiners at the Administrative Appeals Unit. And if the committee decides to move forward with this portion of the legislation, the department would need at least one additional staff position in the Child Care Licensing Unit to handle this new work, as well as one additional hearings examiner in the Administrative Appeals Unit, as this is, again, not something they've done before and would certainly add to the number of appeals being heard.
Okay, so, excuse me, Ms. Tom, this
Sure.
is 3, the licensees and hearings, beginning on line 25.
Yes.
Thank you.
With respect to section 4 on page 2, line 14, this is the section about retaliation being prohibited. The department is in agreement that there should be no retaliation against an applicant, permittee, or a licensee, and that action certainly should be taken to investigate any allegations of retaliation. However, the department wishes to propose an alternative to the process outlined in the proposed legislation if there is a concern. Hearings examiners do not have the ability to determine what constitutes retaliation, as there are no rules or laws surrounding the definition of retaliation, what evidence is required to prove retaliation exists, nor what would be the appropriate relief. Consequently, the department suggests that perhaps a more appropriate avenue to investigate claims of retaliation would be for a report to be made to the commissioner's office and investigated by the department in order to take appropriate action against any department employee having found to be in violation of this section.
If you have language that says so, please send it to us.
Sure, and that concludes my testimony, Madam Chair. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Representative Schmidt has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Tom. If you were present at the GelCar discussion and hearing several years ago with regard to this specific issue, you'll recall there was quite a bit of pushback from a number of providers with regard to a sense that that the inspectors were sometimes characterized or perceived as executioner, judge, jury, and executioner with regard serial nature of investigations that the GelCar committee was unhappy about, and so the language that you've been suggesting, I think, please massage it if you haven't already done so to address that particular aspect as well.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, I call Ms. Ensign. Mr. Ensign, I can't tell.
It's Mrs.
Thank you. Business.
Hi there, my name is Jen Ensign. Thank you for letting me speak today. I am giving testimony in opposition of House Bill 230, and it is specifically parts 2 and 3 of the bill that I oppose. I have a few points to make. One is the idea of the trilemma of childcare. This is a term that was coined first by Gwen Morgan, and it speaks to the compensation, quality, and affordability. And to give a little more clarity on what that means, let me just pull this up here. So the trilemma identifies 3 goals of early childhood programs. How to meet any one of these goals creates conflicts for the other 2. The result of the trilemma is a problem that everyone who cares about young children must help solve. So if you think about quality, depending on knowledgeable, experienced childcare teachers and providers who are justly compensated, it's expensive and not affordable for many families. Compensation for childcare teachers and providers continues to be inadequate in order to keep programs affordable to parents, and results in low self-esteem and high turnover of childcare teachers and providers, both of which have negative effects on program quality. And then affordability for parents has resulted in childcare teachers and providers contributing to the true cost of childcare through their poor compensation. So that was directly taken from a document that I will send along to you when I have a chance to put that together. But I think that it's important to think about those 2 components of the requirements. Reducing the requirements for professional development will have a negative impact on the quality of care that is offered to children. And I appreciate, I can't remember the name of the individual who was speaking about comparing the amount of hours required for police. I am an early childhood educator. I've been in the field for 20 years. I'm currently a director and a teacher. I'm actually at my school right now. I just stepped out so I could attend and give testimony. But I looked instead at nurses and teachers, public school teachers. And the required hours for a nurse is 400 over 4 years. And actually, let me verify that. Yep, 400 in 4 years. And for a teacher, I have a New Hampshire state certification, nursery through grade 3, and I'm required to have 75 hours over 3 years. And I think it's important to consider the idea that, I'm sorry, I just lost my notes here. That childcare is truly the infrastructure of our, childcare is a critical part of our state's infrastructure. And this has been illuminated, especially by the current pandemic, because when people couldn't go to work, our economy couldn't function. And care is not just keeping children safe and out of harm's way. Learning happens the moment a child is born, and it's important to ensure that the people who are caring for the children have a depth and knowledge of what is required to support healthy development. I also am putting together a written testimony that I can share as well, but things that I'm looking at in that are the expulsion and suspension rates in early childhood programs throughout the United States and in our state. And I was thinking about something that was illuminated recently with regard to New Hampshire schools. I found an article that was speaking to 8% of elementary age children were suspended or expelled at the Krista McAuliffe School in 2018. And knowing that brain development is exponentially fast and furious during the first 8 years of life, making choices that are impacting the quality of care at that young age is going to have a terrible impact on children going forward, and then it will drain the schools. I have one last thing to point out, and then I will be finished, but I just wanted to say, I was looking at the salaries of teachers. So every teacher at my program has a master's degree, and we all choose to work with the youngest children. My salary is about $37,000 a year, and I am a director with 20 years experience, and I teach in the classroom. Looking at the teachers, public school teachers currently, it's almost double. So the state average salary for a teacher in New Hampshire is $61,788.70. And that, there are also benefits and so forth. So my major point is that these two elements should be taken out of this bill and need to be looked at with a lens of how we can develop and sustain a workforce where teachers are compensated, it is affordable, and we can provide high quality. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Allegro.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for testifying, and thank you for allowing me the moment to question the witness. You've made a number of definitive statements on the effects of some of these changes, and I'm not going to go through each one, but I will point out one as an example and ask you to please elaborate a little bit. For instance, on what basis are you concluding, other than opinion, on what basis are you concluding that a decrease in hours would necessarily lead to a decrease in the quality of care?
Thank you for that question. So part of this is based on the understanding of what is required for professional development. Currently, the state requires, childcare licensing requires 6 hours in health and safety training. So if we go, that's part of the 18 hours. So if we go from 18 hours to 6, then all that is required is health and safety. And if I look at, this is information from Child Care Aware of New Hampshire, in thinking about choosing childcare and what quality looks like. It speaks to, here it states associate teachers must have a high degree, must have a high school diploma and 9 credits in early childhood education. And it states here that New Hampshire requires 18 hours per year of ongoing training in early childhood education for all center staff, with the idea being that if you're just looking at health and safety, it puts me in the police perspective. Being someone who is in the classroom every day, if I am only learning about health and safety, I'm just keeping children safe. There's so much more that goes into child development. Thinking again about quality, if you think about the learning that is happening, these are some of the indicators of quality. So if you're providing high quality care for children, you're helping infants form and prolong secure attachments. So it's important to understand what that looks like. You are also helping infants with positive identity formation. You are including families in child rearing practices as part of care. You're treating babies differently at different points along their developmental trajectory.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions, I'll call Samantha Baldini.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Samantha Baldini. I'm the owner of 2 licensed childcare centers, the Goddard Schools in Nashua and Derry, New Hampshire. I'd like to thank the community for allowing me time to speak today on the importance of House Bill 230, Section 4, regarding retaliation by the New Hampshire Child Care Licensing Unit. As a victim of retaliation, I feel that it is important that I speak out on the importance of improved oversight of the CCLU. There are many child care providers in the state who are afraid to do so, and I hope that my experience will give them a voice as well. Section 4 is critical to support the child care industry. Providers currently have no way to defend themselves against retaliatory behavior from child care licensors who have unchecked power over them. My experience with a retaliatory visit from New Hampshire Child Care Licensing occurred on November 20th, 2019. Documentation on this visit in the form of video and letters from my teachers were emailed to the committee this morning. On this date, 2 licensors from New Hampshire Child Care Licensing arrived at one of my centers for a monitoring visit. It's important to note a few things. First, a monitoring visit is scheduled by CCLU to check on a center. It is not due to any complaint or investigation. Second, 2 experienced licensors are never together on a monitoring visit. CCLU is tightly staffed and this activity is regularly completed by 1 licensor. Thirdly, I had previously filed a complaint against one of these licensors for insulting a child in my center in front of her mother. The other licensor had previously had her findings of our center overturned when she was new to the job, as she had grossly miscalculated ratios incorrectly and failed to ask for a copy of the staff schedule to determine her findings. Our visit on November 20th, 2019 began with the 2 licensors sneaking into my building through clearly marked security barriers. They failed to check in with any management and entered straight into our infant classroom. My husband saw them and asked them to come out and meet with him to introduce themselves. They did not want to leave the room to talk to him, and he had to demand that they do so. In this interaction, one licensor actually said to him, quote, "We can do whatever we want. We are licensing." They also lied about how they got into the building, as we were later able to prove with video footage, which has been provided to this committee. We let them continue their monitoring visit in our classrooms, and we called the head of childcare licensing to express our concerns. The head of CCLU did nothing to check their behavior, and their visit continued in a manner that was abusive to my teachers. The licensors were regularly sarcastic, and multiple times they singled out teachers in a classroom using their bodies to corner them away from the children they were supervising and badgering them. The day was a nightmare for my entire team. As I have emailed the letters from my teachers to this committee, I will just provide a few highlights of what they said about the visit. I'd also like to note that when you read this testimony, please remember that these are preschool teachers, infant teachers, toddler teachers. They watch children all day. They are not accustomed to conflict. They're not politicians. They're not business owners. They're not lawyers. The things that were put in front of them were actually very scary, and some of them thought they were going to be asked to leave or that they were going to lose their jobs. One teacher said, quote, "It seemed like an inquisition." Another teacher said, quote, "I observed the licensors asking the same teacher questions simultaneously, interrupting the teacher from supervision of the children." Another teacher said, "I felt targeted. I was questioned repeatedly on the same topic. They took my attention away from my students. They interfered with a lesson. They completely disregarded that children were asking for my help and continued antagonizing me." Another said, "They made me feel uncomfortable by asking me a lot of questions in a corner, and by doing so, took my eyes away from the children and my co-teacher." Another said, "They multiple times asked me if I had any concerns regarding the way the center was being run." Child care providers should not be in fear of licensors sneaking onto their property, abusing their teachers, being dishonest, or either implicitly or explicitly declaring that they can, quote, "do whatever they want." I ask you to strongly consider passage of HB 230, Section 4 to begin to make progress on making child care licensing accountable for its actions against child care providers here in the state of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? There being none.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
It's a question of the chair. How many additional witnesses do we have to hear from this morning on this issue?
quite a few. Hold on a second.
Okay. That's okay. You don't have to give me the exact number. If we got quite a few, we have to get at it.
Yeah, about 10, give or take.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna call Sally Willenraber. I'm not saying that wrong.
Yeah, good morning to the committee, and thank you for letting me have the opportunity to speak today. Over the last several years, starting in 2017, there were a number of issues that childcare providers tried to provide input for the licensing rules, which were revised in 2017. And unfortunately, I think a lot of those concerns were not heard, and they certainly were not addressed. And they have further compounded the crisis that childcare programs are in current day, and even further compounded by COVID-19. So I'd like to speak today actually in support of all of the articles of this bill, but a few of them I want to speak on specifically. So the number one thing is that we are experiencing a critical workforce shortage, especially during COVID. As other participants have testified, that childcare providers and centers are having a difficult time recruiting and retaining staff. That is because a number of issues. So one is the qualifications, the minimum of 9 college credits to be left alone with children. We can't find staff. I personally have had an ad out since October, and I have had one candidate. And after offering that person $17 an hour, she said that she was going to decline because she did not want to have to commit to all of the various pieces of paperwork and requirements, such as the eligibility card, the professional development. And, this person happened to have the education credits, but I think it's indicative of the issue that we're facing. 7 years ago, when I opened my program, I didn't hire anybody with less than usually an associate's, but oftentimes my staff had bachelor's and master's degrees. Unfortunately, that workforce doesn't exist and is oftentimes not willing to work for the wages that childcare programs can provide. The average median wage, according to the workforce study in 2017, was $10.79 for a childcare worker. And I would agree that anecdotally, the average wages are probably between $9 and $15, but the lack of workforce is driving up wages and creating a competitive market where essentially workers can cherry pick and also use it to negotiate and drive up prices. So they're saying, well, this center offered me $15, what can you do? And because programs are so short-staffed, they end up having to offer a higher wage in order to fill that opening, rather than say, I can't afford that, because we are also required by licensing to have children in a certain number of ratio with those providers. And so we are in a critical situation where I was on a call last week with Early Learning New Hampshire, and I've been on other meetings with providers, and we're hearing a resounding cry from childcare centers saying they have families that need care, but they cannot admit the children to their programs because they do not have the staff to actually work in the center. So I think that, the qualifications piece of the 9 college credits, oftentimes when we look at that, we're also seeing that a lot of the, especially, a lot of folks, they don't want to have to take the college coursework. They may not be able to balance that with their schedule. They may not have the funds. And although Melissa Clement spoke about the ECE courses that are able to be paid for 100% by the community college system, in my experience, we have had applicants for that, childcare workers, and the spots are limited. They fill up quickly. Oftentimes there's only about 50 to 75 spots for them to get that tuition free. And so, you know, that doesn't really create that big of an opportunity for employees to be able to get those college credits. Also looking at professional development. I have been a huge supporter of reducing the professional development hours, not because I don't think that early childhood educators should have continuing education or that they shouldn't be working on their own professional and personal growth, but I do feel that oftentimes, while there are many trainings that are free and online, staff are already overworked. They're spread thin, especially during COVID. They work on average 40 to 50 hours. They're oftentimes single parents who have childcare issues themselves, that they may not be able to complete that professional development. We also have, whether people may or may not want to acknowledge this, but it is, I do see it as a gender-based issue. Most of the childcare workforce is women dominated, and we're finding that a lot of these employees are in what we call the sandwich generation. So not only are they trying to care for their children, but also for aging parents. And so time is a commodity for them, and they lack that resource in their personal time to be able to work those 40, 50 plus hours a week and then still have the time to do the professional development. One of the speakers was talking about nurses, and I just want to clarify, if you go onto the New Hampshire Board of Nursing, it's actually, she was speaking of a APRN, an active practice. And so for nurses, just to give you an idea, continuing education for an RN is 30 contact hours in 2 years, and an LNA is 24 hours in 2 years. I would also ask you to consider the salary and the benefits that these individuals enjoy, and also the schooling that's required for an RN. And for public school teachers, oftentimes they work 9 months out of the year. They get full benefits. They have taxpayer funded salaries. And as it was pointed out by the speaker, oftentimes their salary is double, $61,788, as she quoted. Oftentimes our employees who are working in childcare programs are making $20,000 to maybe $40,000 a year, and that's even at director level. So I do think we need to look at, when it comes to professional development, as Representative McWilliams stated, that we really need to take into account the difference of what they're being asked to do, what their college experience, and how much they're going to make for a salary. And speaking to the trilemma issue that the previous speaker had brought up, in order to have quality providers, you have to actually have a workforce, and we do not have that. It has become a huge issue for programs. We sounded the alarm in 2017 when we asked licensing not to increase hours, when we asked them to reduce the cost of the eligibility card, which is a plastic card that costs $50 to show that someone has been fingerprinted. All of these things create an unfunded mandate for the childcare programs, and there is an administrative cost to us to try to get people through the door. And the fact is that they can go to places like Target and Walmart, as previously mentioned, and start at $15 an hour without any of those requirements or barriers. And I do think that that has a significant impact on us. So those are some of the points about those issues. And then I also wanted to support Samantha Baldini's testimony. Anecdotally, we have heard over and over again that childcare programs feel like they've been retaliated against. As one of the legislators in a previous hearing had said to DHHS staff who said that they hadn't heard about retaliation. Well, it stands to reason if your agency is the one that they feel fearful of, why would they go to you when nothing seems to get done? I will tell you in my own personal experience, I had a licenser. She was not my regular licenser at the time. She showed up and she came in with the position of, when I asked her who she was, she pretty much said that she was not new to the program, that she was sent to investigate and close programs down. And that was the first 30 seconds of our conversation. So I think you can probably imagine how that set the tone for the rest of the visit. So I also support the looking at article number 4 and certainly article number 5 with terms of creating an independent review board process. And I am concerned that while DHHS is looking at what unfunded mandates or what the fiscal costs would be for their program to develop new policies and procedures around creating the independent hearing review process or looking at the retaliation, that they are not looking at the other side, which is that oftentimes programs that go forward for the informal dispute resolution process are going in front of, from what I understand, they're going in front of the licensing chief, DHHS legal staff, the licensor who gave them the violation, and also the licensor supervisor. Now, how you can contest a violation with the very agency that has given you the violation, there's not a lot of opportunity for neutrality there, and many individuals need to hire attorneys, and so it does come at a financial cost to the programs. And I think that's been lost in the licensing rules from 2017 to current day, is that the state is not looking at the financial impact that it has on programs. And as a reminder, child care is needed for the workforce to be able to have a healthy economy. And from 2019 to 2020, according to our New Hampshire fact sheet from Child Care Aware, we have had approximately a decrease of 10,000 childcare spaces in our state. And I think that that's indicative of having programs close or not be able to accept children because we don't have the workforce. And I think we're really headed for a collapse. And I don't mean to be an alarmist, but I think that's a reality. And it may be well and great that Vermont and Maine and Massachusetts, which I don't think is comparable. Massachusetts is not comparable to New Hampshire because of their salaries. But I do think that New Hampshire needs to do what's right for our childcare providers so that we have a workforce in which working class families can send their kids in. And we're businesses, that is a bottom line. And we contribute to the health of the economy as well. So I'm sorry for taking so long. And thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Apparently not. Very good. Tiffany Roberts, please.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address this committee. I really appreciate it. So my interest in this bill relates to my professional ownership of a soon-to-be opening childcare center up in Conway, New Hampshire. I currently own a gymnastics facility there, but also as the Granite State mother of 5, including twin little girls who are just entering their preschool years. So I relate to the sponsor of this bill in that aspect. From both perspectives, I have concerns about the unintended consequences this bill could have on the quality of early childhood educators responsible for the care and education of young children in our state. As someone currently interviewing candidates for employment, I'm experiencing the shortage of qualified applicants many have spoken about today, and probably many of your constituents have informed you about. In my view, the responsible remedy to that problem is offering more resources to potential educators so they can enter the field well qualified for the weight of the responsibilities they will take on. Of course, there's also the wage issue to address. We can't afford to pay quality educators enough money. The remedy is not putting less qualified candidates with this precious and potentially vulnerable population as the sun is just rising on their educational journey. To back up slightly, when I decided this summer that my gymnastics center would add a licensed preschool, I was a little stunned to learn all the requirements for each level of professional in this field. Initially, I thought to myself, do you mean I can teach a 10-year-old how to do a double backflip, which is pretty dangerous and complicated, but I can't supervise and help teach toddlers painting, playing, learning shapes, etc. So much of my professional life has been dedicated to providing a safe, quality, enriching environment to children through my business. Still, to meet requirements, I enrolled full-time last semester at NHGI to begin earning early childhood education credits so that I can meet the requirements for licensing. What I learned was that I did have holes in my knowledge, despite having worked with children since I was 14 years old. I read a lot, I study a lot, I pay a lot of attention, but I needed those courses, even though I didn't know I needed them before I took them. I expected it to all be common knowledge, but it was not. It was essential that I took those courses and had that formal education. It will make me a much different director and educator because of the coursework I've taken. I would encourage the committee members to read the entirety of the NAEYC professional standards and competencies for early childhood educators. I think there's a disparity in what we think childhood, education should look like and what daycare centers sometimes do look like in the state of New Hampshire. Many of these standards are best met with formal coursework. I do endorse the existing stepped option where the state allows applicants with 3 credit hours to enter into a written agreement to complete the remaining 6 over the course of the year. One consideration might be to allow all 9 of those course hours to be completed in the first year if they enroll at first opportunity. This would be far less of a dramatic change to the requirements, but give childcare centers the larger pool of applicants they are seeking. I do acknowledge that there are a variety of non-public schools and licensed childcare environments that give folks relevant experience. This should be considered by licensing. Where I disagree with the language of this bill is that it cannot substitute for formal coursework in early childhood education. They're not the same. I think it should be used as a means for granting a waiver of experience that then allows the applicant to accumulate the required experience hours over the course of their first year of credentialed employment. Again, that expands the potential workforce. It has been my experience that the department already currently operates with very reasonable, clear expectations and a willingness to find a pathway to credentialing applicants that should be in classrooms with children based on their experience and education. There is no need to lower these standards by statute. Finally, as a mother of twin little girls with very different needs, I have to say, even with our current standards in place, there are not enough quality preschool environments in our communities. I have a child with profound neurological issues and special needs. She deserves to be in a preschool environment with educators who have minimally taken formal coursework related to children with exceptionalities. All children deserve for their educators to have taken coursework related to preparing an ideal environment and delivering effective curriculum. They also deserve for their educators to be truly up to date with continuing education. 6 hours is insufficient. I say that as the person who will be paying my staff to complete their continuing education hours, so I don't take it lightly. All children and families deserve quality standards from our state and from the centers that take our preschool and childcare dollars with a promise to take good care of their children's safety and educational needs.
Ms. Roberts?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I think the committee froze. I don't see anybody. I think the committee room froze. I think we're okay. It's just the committee. I think Representative McGuire is frozen.
I'm sure you're, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, just in closing, I feel that in exchange for the preschool and childcare dollars, we should be promising to take good care of children's safety and their educational needs. Please don't lower the standards for this field. We should work together to find other remedies for the workforce shortage and wage issues that I do acknowledge exist. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, the committee room is offline.
I can see Representative Roy.
I can't, I don't even see their image in the gallery. You see it?
No,
No,
that
the committee room is
committee
gone.
room is gone. Yeah.
Right. Let's just wait a minute. I'm sure it'll come back.
Hello, everyone. If you can hear me, our committee system is suddenly went down. So if everyone could just stand by while we try to get it back up again. Apparently, the whole complex is having some connection issues.
Yes.
Yeah, we figured that out.
Yeah, the
So-
staff internet connection went out, but the guest internet connection appears to be okay. So I signed off. Yeah, I was booted out up here, but because you were a co-host, the meeting's still there. I have reported it to IT, and that's all I know. So I'm back on as a guest on the guest internet.
Yeah, so
I'm not sure Representative McGuire can be heard. Perhaps Representative Roy could recognize the next person to.
we have technical assistance here. Let's see if that doesn't work, we'll see what we can do going forward. Maybe I can take over from my laptop.
Thank you.
Time for a little break.
For what it's worth, I'm also online with another committee, and they also have lost part of their folks on the committee. So
Yes,
apparently this is happening everywhere.
Yes, that's true.
Well, in that case, what about them Bruins?
Hey, so I just spent an hour and 45 minutes of my life that I'm not going to get back in trying to navigate through the Labor Committee to get their Zoom to function. And
That's where I was too.
they're having a hell of a time.
Yes.
Find that the Zoom is still open, the public's still on it, so it's
Yes.
only us here in the office that are not up, so keep that in mind.
Mr. Vice Chair, do you want to continue with the public? Because at least we could be hearing them.
Representative Schmidt, I can't do that because the people who are here are unable to hear or interact with the public and ask questions.
Yes, I know that.
That is a problem.
Rules. That's a rule.
Well,
Pam, can you make,
the echoes are back.
just for a second?
Yep. Correct. Going to do a sound check.
So the sound check, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe we can.
Excellent. Sorry for the technical problems. The other committees have been having worse ones. So Ms. Roberts, have you completed your testimony?
I'm not sure at what point people stopped being able to hear me, but I think if I could just offer the last couple of lines of my conclusion again. that would be great.
Please do so.
All children and families deserve quality standards from our state and from the centers that take our preschool and childcare dollars with a promise to take good care of children's safety and their education. Please don't lower the standards for this field. We should work together to find other remedies to the workforce shortage and wage issues that I do acknowledge exist. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you. Paul Olga Lazarine. Lazarenko?
I don't see her.
Lazarenko. Are you not there?
I'm there, but I don't see her as an attendee unless she's on the phone. I don't even see any phone numbers, so we're gonna have to skip to the next one, just
Okay.
Oh.
No, Jessica Carver then?
Good morning, members of the committee. Thanks for allowing me to testify today. I'm Jessica Carver. I'm a resident of Nottingham, New Hampshire. I work in a licensed and nationally accredited early childhood program that serves as a lab school for our state. And today I am speaking as a professional in the field and also as a parent, I am a consumer of early childhood services. My 4-year-old daughter is in her last year of programming at the UNH Child Study and Development Center. We've been very fortunate to have her placed in that program since she was about 14 weeks old, as we both work full-time in my family. I do want to briefly bring attention to the comparison of law enforcement PD requirements. So in July 2020, members of the New Hampshire Commission on Law Enforcement Accountability, Community, and Transparency recommended to actually increase the mandatory training hours for LE officials to 24 hours by 2020. And that report's actually available on the governor's website. I bring it up right now just because it was talked about before. And I think that highlights the forward progress that other community public servants are making with respect to training. So a little over a year ago, I did testify on a similar bill that aimed at reducing professional development requirements for professionals in the field. My stance still remains the same. I'm in direct opposition of this particular bill, specifically the 2 sections that speak to the 18 hours per year being reduced to 6 hours per year, and then the associate teacher qualifications. The last time I testified, one state rep suggested that I was seeking a utopia that essentially didn't exist. And today I still stand here and still believe in that utopia for young children in our state. I won't waver in my support for actually increasing the standards for educators. Early childhood is far too important of a time period. And as a parent, I want the best for my child. I also believe that every child in this state deserves highly qualified educators that understand and know how to support the rapid growth and development that occurs in those first 5 years of life. Sadly, we don't have enough time today to really break down and discuss all the complexities of the current state of early childhood in this short but yet long hearing. There are so many issues related to equity and low pay for educators, lack of access to quality care for families, lack of professional requirements. And these issues have been around for decades. I started working in the field at 18. I'm about to turn 34 next year. And sadly, we are still talking about the same issues with very little progress. So I do understand the implications of COVID, but and the impact of that on centers, but we're still kind of going in circles around the same issue. Children are our future. They are the future of our economy and society, and reducing the staff qualifications related to education and PD is only going to further exacerbate the issues that I just mentioned above. There's a severe lack of public investment in early childhood compared to public school, which has already been spoken about on this call. We really need to focus on advocating for investment in the field, not reducing qualifications for an already underqualified field. I'd really encourage individuals proposing bills such as this to really channel the collective energy to find solutions to the issues that we have above, and engage with experts in the field, experts that understand and know child development. And we should really start talking about career pathways for people in the field, financial incentives to support professionals and programs that are already struggling to make ends meet. I'm going to close with a quote from JFK. Quote, "Children are the world's most valuable resource and its best hope for the future," end quote. I respectfully urge everyone to really stop undervaluing the care and education of young children. We can't ignore this. Our children deserve more. And I really appreciate that you all listened to my testimony today. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee?
I just wanted,
Representative Roy.
I just wanted to, as your representative in Nottingham, I want to thank you for taking the time today and coming to talk to us.
Thanks.
Okay. Jackie Cowell.
She's there. Unmute Jackie Call.
Thank you. How do you do? Nice to meet you all. I'm Jackie Cowell from Early Learning New Hampshire. I'll be very brief. Our organization signed up as neutral. We are a statewide organization where we're an association. Many childcare and Head Start programs are our members. And, folks are on both sides of this issue in terms of, making it realistic and having the right number of hours so that you can actually hire staff, and then also not bringing it down because of what you've heard testimony around that really, having a qualified staff is important and a stable staff. So, I think we are definitely in support of number 5 of having that study committee look at an appeals process that might have like a peer reviewed like other industries. We think that's a terrific thing, but just really quickly, really in those first 5 years where a lot of children, there's over about 3/4 of children are in some kind of a childcare program right now because their parents are working. So it's doing two things. It's supporting the parents' ability to work, but it's also shaping the workforce of tomorrow. You may not realize that if you do the math, a child can actually spend more hours in childcare before they enter public school than they will their whole public school from kindergarten to 12th grade, including lunch and recess. Because again, moms and dads are working, they'll drop off the child, they'll commute, they'll work, they'll commute back. Those hours add up. And that's the time of really important child development. So childcare is really important, and having great teachers is really important. At the same time, talking about Vermont and Massachusetts and Maine, they have a lot of different investments, not just a different minimum wage. They really invest in helping those programs meet those standards. So I iterate what others have said, that qualified and stable staff is critical to running good childcare programs, but it takes dollars because right now it's the parents who are paying for this mostly. It's one of the reasons you have low salaries is because it's the parents who pay for it, and they're just starting off in their careers too. It can often cost as much as sending your child to college, to public colleges, and they're just starting off in their career. They're not 20 years into their career when they're paying for this. So there's a saying, teachers can't afford to stay, parents can't afford to pay. There's got to be a better way. So I really thank you for turning your focus on this. I, like Jessica and others, have been doing this for me. It's been 31 years here in New Hampshire. I'm sorry that we're not better off in terms of having a childcare system that allows you to hire great people and keep great people and have parents be able to afford it. But I'm not sorry we're still talking about it. I'm glad we're still talking about it. And I thank you for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Marianne Barger.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? I'm sorry, I think I'm having technical issues.
No, I can hear you.
Oh, good, okay. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
I hope others can.
I'm Marianne Barter. I'm the Executive Director at Merrimack Valley Daycare Service and Blueberry Express Daycare in Pittsfield and Concord. I wanted to speak out in support of this bill. I understand my colleagues and their concerns about quality of staff. And I wanted to just give a little bit of background of how we got into this mess to begin with. several years ago, the New Hampshire Department of Education defunded the early childhood programs in high school technical schools. And the ripple effect that's had on the career path of early childhood educators in New Hampshire is astounding. So when that was defunded, although they did overturn that decision, by the time they overturned it, the damage had been done and a lot of these programs had been dismantled. At Merrimack Valley Daycare Service, I have 30% of my staff who started in the early childhood programs in tech schools and high schools. And that formed a career path where you would have these 2 years programs, you would go on to your community college and receive some college credits, and you were really well set up for a career in early childhood education. And that path doesn't really exist anymore. And unfortunately now, when someone comes to me saying, you know, I'm interested in early childhood education, I'd like to start out, I like working with kids, what I have to tell them is, okay, you can work here. You can't be alone with kids until you get some college credits. I'm going to pay you $12 an hour. And in your free time, you're going to have to go to school. Or they can go to Target and make $15 an hour and do whatever they'd like in their free time. And unfortunately, we are losing out on that. I would like nothing better than to hire people who have college credits. It would fill my heart with joy, but they are not out there to hire, and my hands are tied. I don't see any benefit to early childhood programs not existing anymore because we just don't have a workforce. Something really has to be done. So thank you.
It looks like
Representative
we've lost the committee room again.
Yes, we've lost the committee room.
Can they hear us, Ms. Smarling?
I think Representative Roy can hear us because he's on his device, but I don't. Representative Roy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
There we are.
If we just tell Miss Barter to just wait for a moment until
Yes,
they can get.
I do have a question for her.
Yeah, I have contacted IT.
Okay, let's
and
just everybody sit tight.
Right, let's sit tight. And I know that, you know, it's, again, it's system wide, so it's hard for them to be everywhere at once.
They're having outages in the LOB in every committee right now on Zoom.
It looks like we have the committee room back in video. We just need it unmuted at some point.
And if you can change it to be the speaker view, you can do.
Could you switch to speaker view? Right. Diane, Representative Schuett, if you can hear me. You asked your question?
Yes. Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask Ms. Barter, she had mentioned, I believe, the year that the high school and technical school programs were defunded, and I didn't catch the year.
I'm sorry, Representative, I don't have that year. I can certainly get it for you, but I believe it was 8 years ago. And there was a lot of activism in the field to reinstate those programs. They are an important part of our career path, but by the time it was reversed, it was too late.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kristen Buren.
I'm sorry, Chair McGuire, I did have a question of
Yes.
Ms. Barter.
Please ask your question.
Thank you. Ms. Barter, with the reinstatement of these programs, these early childhood education in technical schools, well, first of all, are they back in operation and have they helped?
They're not, most of them are not back in operation. So it created this sort of funny ripple effect where the Department of Education chose to defund these programs, and they were dismantled relatively quickly. And it happened at kind of a funny time. We found out in April of the school year that they would not be returning for the fall. And so there was kind of a mad scramble to change the funding and kind of work out what would be funded instead. And they ended up funding teacher preparation programs, which were really for K through 12. And so unfortunately, even though the Department of Education did reverse and say, yes, you can in fact have early education programs that will be funded through the Department of Education through Perkins funding. By that point, most high schools had already dismantled their lab schools, it was just too late, gotten rid of their staff.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for taking my question. You did talk about closing on some of the high schools and stuff like that. But how does your industry feel about a student that continued with their education, perhaps at the technical college, not really getting a degree, but taking a certificate program in such on this subject? Would they be, would that make them more attractive for hire?
Yes, certainly they would. But unfortunately, part of the ripple effect of the high school programs is that many schools, many higher education institutions no longer have early childhood programs either. I believe Plymouth has gotten rid of theirs. Rivier has gotten rid of theirs. It is just not an attractive career for young people right now, unfortunately. I would like to state, though, that the state of New Hampshire, our colleagues at Child Care Licensing and at DHHS have several initiatives that they have proposed to help fix this problem. Apprenticeships, the TEACH program, and they're great programs. I think we're really excited about them. They're going to take a long time to implement. And so really what we need is a bridge until we get to the point where some of these programs can be implemented. I don't know if the legislators would consider if they really can't support this 100%, maybe sunsetting this giving us 5 or 6 years for a little bit of recovery before these programs could come back strong would be a huge help.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you, Ms. Barter. Emily Johnson?
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Emily Johnson. I'm the New Hampshire State Manager for Save the Children Action Network, and I have the honor to represent over 3,000 supporters and activists across the state of New Hampshire that are a part of our bipartisan movement to be the political voice for kids, prioritizing early childhood education domestically. At Save the Children Action Network, we believe all children deserve access to high quality early childhood education. Since 2014, we have worked in partnership with community volunteers, policy advocates, and state legislators to improve accessibility and quality of New Hampshire's childcare and early learning programs. While well-intentioned, we believe sections of HB 230 are a threat to the high quality of care our children deserve, which is why I'm testifying in opposition to this bill. Early childhood educators are responsible for the care and education of our youngest citizens. While they provide an essential service to working families and help shape the leaders of tomorrow, they are routinely undervalued. HB 230 seeks to answer this shameful undervaluing of teachers by lowering the bar for continuing education hours required of childcare employees by 2/3, from 18 hours annually to 6 hours annually. Early childhood educators that I've worked closely with in my role understand that their jobs have not gotten easier, but more difficult as our state copes with multiple crises impacting children, including the opioid epidemic and the COVID-19 pandemic. More children are coming into their care with adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, associated with the aforementioned crises. I believe that that means we should childcare providers should be supported by the state with more resources and training to help them provide high quality care. Answering these crises by diminishing standards of care would be a grave mistake that would negatively impact generations of Granite Staters. Even setting public health crises aside, the quality of care of our children is a direct reflection of the competence of the early childhood educator, and we should not consider compromising the health and safety of our children under any circumstances. Additionally, HB 230 aims to loosen child safety regulation by allowing childcare programs that have been found by the state to pose a threat to the health or safety of the children in their care to continue operating during the pendency of any proceeding for the review of the decision of the department, unless explicitly ordered to close. As a representative of an organization that prioritizes children's health and safety above all else, I oppose any law which would allow our children to remain in an environment that is potentially unsafe. So in conclusion, I urge members of this committee to vote inexpedient to legislate on HB 230 as it's written. Thank you for your time and consideration of mine and others' testimony today. I have emailed a written copy of this testimony to the committee address, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We did receive your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Good day. I call Lisa Ranfos.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for taking time to hear my testimony this morning in opposition to Section 2 and 3 on HB 230. My name is Lisa Ranfos. I am a resident of Allenstown, and I have been in the field of early childhood for over 25 years as a teacher, an administrator, a trainer and mentor, and as a college faculty member. In all of my years in the field, one trend has remained consistent, and that is that teachers in the field face an uphill battle from day one. They are not viewed as teachers unless they teach in K-12 schools. They are inadequately paid, and they are ill-equipped for their role in many ways. Not only are there minimal standards required to become a teacher, unlike the professions that are being compared to early childhood in this bill, but programs themselves are not set up in a way to provide the needed supports to their teachers. Directors often have to spend time themselves in classrooms covering for staff shortages or breaks throughout the day, and they too often are not fully prepared for their role, as many programs seek someone with education to meet the minimal requirements, but rarely are able to seek someone whose leadership or administration experience in the field. This lack of experience impacts our teachers' efficacy with young children. While this might seem as a long-winded and perhaps disconnected testimony, the point I'm trying to make is that individuals need more training, not less. They need coaching and opportunities to engage in knowledge and skills that align with an action plan they can implement with the support of their leadership, who can assist with resources and modeling as needed. As educators, we teach children to be lifelong learners, and it's critical that we are learning right along with them as new science comes out regularly about the impact that adults have on young children's brain development, social and emotional health, and their ability to be successful in later years. This bill could increase the negative effects on children by allowing even less trained and experienced people to be responsible for young children. The children of New Hampshire deserve to be in high quality programs with educated and experienced teachers. There's a plethora of research that cannot be ignored that proves this, yet there is continued effort to decrease these requirements. It takes a significant investment from our state to bring this to fruition. I would be remiss if I did not also acknowledge that all of this is true without the added strain of the pandemic, which has placed incredible pressures on programs, and many, if not all, have struggled with staffing issues related to illness, quarantine, and their own family commitments, such as supporting remote learning for school-aged children. Many people are trying to keep their doors open, and this impacts their livelihood. While this has been a monumental challenge, decreasing the requirements for a person to be able to work with young children is unacceptable in our state. I urge you to consider the long-term impact that these changes would have, and I believe as an expert in my field would be detrimental to children. It takes a seasoned teacher to understand and implement the best strategies when faced with challenging behaviors that may be exhibited from children as they try to make sense of things that cannot be easily explained, like the pandemic. We need to provide more support to these programs, consider workforce pathways, and take advantage of the many successful strategies that are already in use across our state and make them available to all so that the children of New Hampshire can thrive and be successful contributors to society. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none. That was the last of the people who signed up to speak. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 230?
I see one hand. The attendees. You see the hand?
Yes.
It's she already testified. Sally.
Yes, she did.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Willer Weber, thank you for asking, but we have already heard from you. And in view of the fact that we're already an hour late, I'm not going to ask you to speak again. Representative Schuett, you had a question.
Actually, a question of the chair. If there are no further speakers, I was wondering if you would share with us the numbers of folks who signed up on this bill, either in favor or opposed.
Representative Schuett, that information was sent to you and all other members of the committee this morning. You have as much information as I do.
Thank you. I apologize. I was dealing with the snowblower repairman before we met.
Some things always take priority.
I will search that out later. Thank you.
All right, in that case, I am closing the hearing on House Bill 230. We will not be taking a vote on this immediately. And I open the hearing on House Bill 377, relative to the authority of the fire marshal to grant an exemption from fire code requirements in recovery houses.
Madam Chair, may I ask if Representative Svitek is ready to take over?
He is.
Okay, thank you.
Speed up. One hearing, that hearing was enough to give you full credit for.
A week.
Okay, I do not see the sponsor.
She's in the room, Erica Johnson.
Oh, please. I call Representative Johnson to speak.
I'm sorry, I think you might mean Representative Connors. This is Erica Connors. I'm the prime sponsor of HB 377.
Thank you. You caught my mistake. Please proceed, Representative Connors.
Thank you so much. I'll try to be a little bit quick for you. I know you've had a long morning. My name is Erica Connors. I represent Hillsborough 15, Manchester's Ward 8. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for allowing me to come before you today. I'm here to introduce HB 377, an act relative to the authority of the state fire marshal to grant an exemption from fire code requirements to recovery houses. This fall, I chaired the committee to study state and municipal authority governing recovery housing. I see Representative Pearson is here as well. He was part of that committee. This committee recommended that legislation be submitted to mirror the amended version of HB 311 from the previous session that easily passed the House but died as part of a large omnibus bill at the end of last session. The committee also recommended that the legislation include a clear definition for recovery housing. That is what HB 377 does. A recovery house, or sober living home as they're sometimes called, offers those in recovery from substance abuse a bridge between inpatient rehab and living on their own. In New Hampshire, there are some great facilities working to aid those in recovery, providing rules, structure, requiring ongoing therapy, and have a drug-free environment. They are crucial in the road to recovery. New Hampshire needs recovery homes to continue to operate in our communities and to help people to succeed in recovery. This legislation is no way designed to reduce or eliminate true recovery or sober living homes, which are valuable and necessary to our communities. In Manchester and other municipalities, however, we have found that there are others who are simply taking advantage of those in recovery. There are those who are using the designation recovery house or sober living home to get around life safety codes associated with hotels, apartments, boarding and rooming houses, and are doing so for greater profits. Firefighters responding to overdoses at these facilities are doing so at high rates, and upon entering are finding drugs and alcohol everywhere. They're finding 4 people to a basement room with no second point of egress, non-working smoke detectors, and other major hazards that are hazards not only for the residents, but also for our firefighters and first responders. These bad actors are operating businesses with no goal of aiding in recovery. They're using the designation to circumvent life safety codes and taking advantage of a population at risk. Those in recovery from substance abuse are protected population under the Federal American with Disabilities Act, but right now they are not being protected. This bill does not interfere with that act, as it is a permissive piece of legislation, allowing true recovery homes to operate under less stringent regulations than boarding and rooming houses. This is necessary as there is a shortage of true recovery homes in New Hampshire, and we need to help these facilities find a path to safely operate. I am aware that great work is being done on voluntary certifications, but it is not going to stop others from using the name to solve life safety issues. This bill defines recovery housing so that those using the title of recovery house or sober living home in order to circumvent those safety codes and making a profit at the expense of the health and safety of others can easily be detected and determined to not be a recovery home. Ask that you vote ought to pass on this bill to help protect those in recovery and give them a true chance at recovery, as well as to protect our firefighters and first responders who are currently finding themselves in dangerous situations due to the lack of clarification on what recovery housing truly is. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there questions? I don't see any questions from the committee, so thank you very much. Well, Representative Schmidt, sorry. Do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got my hand up just at the last second. So I have a question of Representative Connors. Have you seen the fire marshal's letter to the committee?
He sent it to me this morning and asked me to forward it to the committee for him. Yes.
So you have seen it, and are you in agreement? We have seen it. I mean, whether you've seen the letter and approve of it and agree with it.
Yes, yes. We are on the same page. He and I worked together in putting this legislation together.
Thank you for confirming that. Thank you.
Okay.
I guess I just have one question.
Representative Lekes.
Yes, we also got testimony from New Hampshire Coalition of Recovery Residences. I don't know if they're going to speak.
They are going to speak.
Okay. So if the sponsor could be Representative Connors could be available to answer questions after that, that might
Thank you. Right. Paul Parisi, the State Fire Marshal.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Paul Parisi. It's my privilege to serve as your State Fire Marshal. And House Bill 377, as you know, would create a statute that allows our office to grant recovery residences an exemption to certain requirements of the State Fire Code. This exemption may be granted under the following conditions: that they are in compliance with the voluntary registry, or they are certified by New Hampshire Corps. And in addition, they would have to meet a list of safety requirements, and the fire department would have access for inspection annually. As many of you are aware, we've been working together with local fire departments, in particular the Manchester Fire Department, as well as numerous stakeholders in the recovery community and DHHS for a number of years now, trying to find a solution to the issues that surround balancing fire and life safety with reasonable, inexpensive access to recovery residences. It is not lost on us, those of us in the fire service, that the number of overdose deaths in New Hampshire far exceed the number of deaths that occur in residential structures here in our state. While we are anxious to help in reducing the number of overdose deaths, we certainly don't want to tip the scales the other way. Therefore, we urge caution to those involved in this issue to ensure safety in all aspects. The New Hampshire State Fire Marshal's Office supports this bill for a number of reasons. One, it standardizes the way our state handles recovery residences from a fire safety perspective. Two, it may reduce the number of not in my backyard issues that arise because the law will be clear. Number three, it strikes a reasonable balance between life safety and access to recovery residences. Four, it leverages existing infrastructure such as New Hampshire Corps and the variance process outlined in SafeC 6000. And finally, it shines a bright light and it is transparent relative to the extent of compromise that we are willing to give, and it allows the general court an opportunity to decide if it's appropriate for the State Fire Marshal to be issuing an exception under these broad conditions. I appreciate the opportunity to testify, and I would add, Madam Chair, that it is with the utmost respect that that we have worked with the recovery community side by side with this issue, and including New Hampshire Corps. And even though we may differ on the particulars of this bill, I do believe that everyone in this issue has the safety and well-being of those in recovery and substance use disorder at the forefront in their mind. So thank you for the opportunity, and I'll certainly be here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, Representative O'Brien was first.
No problem.
Thank you to the chair. And thank you, Chief. Good to see you again, and thank you for taking my question. On the bill on the first page, line 20, which is states basements, living spaces shall have an exit directly to grade. And then it says at least one, the next J farther down, one escape window in each sleeping area. And in your familiarity to basements, some of the windows aren't small. So are small and not really can be used for a means of egress. Does this go with the existing fire code law as far as having living quarters in a basement?
Thank you for the question, Representative O'Brien. And yes, it does. And what we want to avoid is having someone in a basement sleeping area, essentially behind a closed door, having a fire outside of that room, and then not having any way to escape. So they need to have a second means of egress. So the window out of the sleeping area, sleeping room is important to us, and it does correspond with the existing code.
Thank you.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Fire Marshal, very good to see you this morning, or not to see you, but to hear you. And I'm wondering with regard to the annual inspection paragraph of your letter. I read the rest of your letter and agree with it, but to me, it doesn't strike me that it should say at least annually. I'm fearful that we may get in a situation if we say annually that that will be insufficient. Would you be amenable to rewording that?
Thank you for the question, Representative Schmidt. And certainly, at least annually is fine with us. We were cautious to make sure that we're not creating a 28A issue and saying the fire departments must inspect, but if as long as access is permitted, at least annually, that's fine with us.
Follow up?
Follow up?
So thank you. Marshall, the thing is that that the people who are trying to comply will do everything they can to keep compliant. But to the degree that we say annually, the people who may be inclined to slipshod stuff, I know you're not going to permit anybody who's clearly trying to skirt the law and abuse the provisions for their own advantage without regard for the recovery aspect. They're bad actors and you're going to shut them down. But I just think that annually is an invitation to be neglectful.
I have a question.
Representative Blackus.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. We've gotten a letter from NH Core, and there's one sentence in there that I'm concerned about. It said, many of the requirements appear to exceed the applicable standards of existing state law for dwellings. Could you comment on that, please?
I'd be happy to, Representative. Thank you for the question. So I don't want to speak for the executive director, Kim Bach, but I think what they are referring to there is that in existing 1 and 2 family dwellings in our state right now, sprinklers are not required. And in fact, some of these other things that we list out here are not required either. There is no requirement for fire drills. There's no requirement for properly maintained cooking appliance, no smoking. Obviously we don't regulate those things in 1 and 2 family dwellings. So I believe that's what she is, likely, or the NH Core is referring to. But we don't necessarily view these, of course, depending on the occupancy, we don't necessarily view these as single family dwellings. We, in some cases, view them as apartment buildings. We may view them as congregate living. We may view them as lodging and rooming, depending on the construction of the building, the number of folks that are living there. In almost all cases, either beds or rooms are being rented out, and money is being exchanged. So, I think that's probably why she is saying that. And I don't disagree with the statement that certainly there are things here that are over and above that. But
Please don't interpret what she says. She'll be speaking next.
Just a quick follow-up.
Follow up.
And so, does the do you basically see a need for every one of these requirements for this to be acceptable to you?
Well, if we are going to, this is only if we are going to make an exemption from the fire code. So there may be times when there isn't an exemption that's necessary, in which case this wouldn't apply. But if the applicant is coming to us looking for a reasonable accommodation or an exemption from a sprinkler system, for instance, then it's our job to look at what equivalencies could be put in place to not to allow them to operate without a sprinkler system. And so that's why we've put in a number of things that we feel as if these particular things are in place, and we're able to verify them on at least an annual basis, then yes, we believe that these are necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? All right, thank you. Call Kim Bach.
Can everybody hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning, members of the committee. Thank you for your time to speak about this issue. I'm Kim Bach, and I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Coalition of Recovery Residences, and I'll refer to that as NHCORE to make it easier for me. I'm here to speak in opposition of House Bill 377 on behalf of people who live in recovery residences in New Hampshire. We appreciate the work that has been done on this and the work of the sponsors, Fire Marshal Parisi and town fire departments. As Fire Marshal Parisi said, we're all concerned about the safety of people who live in recovery homes. However, NHCORE opposes HB 377 because, one, the fire marshal already has the power to grant exemptions under current state laws, and two, because on its face, HB 377 is discriminatory. So let me give you a little bit of background about NHCORE. We're a very young organization that has been certifying recovery residences meet a minimum nationally recognized standard of operation and care. We've been operating that for about 18 months. When this legislation began under previous House Bill 311, NHCORE was a grassroots organization that was just coming together. We've now grown into a full nonprofit corporation and have certified 18 houses in New Hampshire. New Hampshire Corps was appointed by the Commissioner of DHHS as the organization to certify recovery residences according to those nationally accepted best practice standards established by the National Association of Recovery Residences, also known as NAR. Certification is a really rigorous process that starts with a review of all the corporate documents and all house policies and procedures. The national standards set best practice guidelines for the best interest of the person in recovery. All obligations and responsibilities for both the operator and the resident must be clearly laid out. There are also strict guidelines for the physical structure of the house. NHCORE visits the house no less than 2 times for the initial certification, and at least annually after that to ensure that safety standards are in place. This includes adequate square footage in the bedrooms, in the house itself, adequate egress, smoke detectors, fire extinguishers, regular evacuation drills, Narcan is available, there's adequate bathroom space, and the list goes on and on. We have 36 different standards that we apply. NHCORE shared a list of our safety regulations with the Fire Marshal and the Manchester Fire Department recently, and the response was that they were impressed and reassured by our list of requirements. It's important to note that NHCORE certified recovery houses follow an evidence-based social model, a family type structure. They are not boarding houses. There are no locks on bedroom doors. Nobody can walk in and just get a room. There's a rigorous screening process to ensure that a person entering a recovery residence fits within the family of the house. NHCORE certified recovery residences are drug and alcohol free. Any resident found with drugs or alcohol is removed from the house immediately. All residents must be actively engaged in their own recovery. Substance use is not tolerated. Recovery homes are safe places for people to lean into their recovery over an extended period of time and to learn how to reintegrate into society over the next year or two. Recovery houses are not a place to stay for a week or two. They're a place to live for a year or two until the person has developed enough recovery capital to move out onto their own and be a productive member of society. There are 2 major issues with House Bill 377. The bill is unnecessary because the state fire marshal already has the ability to grant the exceptions provided for in this bill. And the bill separates out a subset of a protected class of individuals, people in recovery homes from active addiction living in the NHCORE certified recovery residences. And I'd like to have Chris Wellington join me. We wanted to combine our testimony. Chris is a valued member of my board. She's recently retired and well-respected New Hampshire fair housing attorney, and she's the former commissioner of the State of New Hampshire Human Rights Commission.
Oh, excuse me, I don't see where this bill just specifies your organization. It's your organization is one of the options, not the only way to be considered a recovery house.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
You said that this discriminates against Discovery Houses certified by your organization.
It
However,
discriminates against people in recovery. It sections out as a subset of people in recovery housing. And that subset is people that are either on the registry with the state or they are in New Hampshire Core certified housing. That doesn't include private corporations that don't need the assistance or regulation of the state or of NH Core. That does not include Oxford houses. It doesn't include anybody that doesn't want to come forward.
thank you, I think. You wish to add? Yes. Christine Wellington?
Yes, please.
Ms. Wellington, please unmute yourself.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of this committee. I think Kim's covered our basic concerns really well. I just wanted to expound a little bit on the protections that the ADA and the Federal Fair Housing Act provide. The Fair Housing Act, I'm going to focus in on, protects members of classes by requiring neutral laws applied neutrally. But the proposed legislation specifically targets housing for members of a protected class group, as Kim has said. And that is facially discriminatory and it's impermissible under the law. In 1988, the US Congress added disability as a protected class to the Federal Fair Housing Act. And in its discussions and in its legislative intent, it was particularly concerned about protections applied to congregate housing. It was already in 1988 a potential worry for them. And so that there's specific language in their deliberations about protecting people that were living in congregate housing. In 2016, the US Department of Justice and Housing and Urban Development issued guidance for land use. And they specifically talked about group homes, and that I think at the time they were calling them sober homes, and we differentiate ourselves a bit from being a sober home, but that they were indeed included in the land use protections. So there's this idea that many times well-intentioned laws and ordinances and regulations target protected class groups based on stereotypes. We do feel that the body of laws in New Hampshire, both state and local, are sufficient to address the legitimate concerns of our governmental structures for bad actors in the field, people that are taking advantage, people that are not complying with basic health and safety laws. There's also the fact that recovery homes span, as Fire Marshal Parisi mentioned, different kinds of residences. So this isn't a one size fits all. Each particular home may be subject to different requirements, but many should be considered as single family dwellings. And that's clear in the case law. And that's why we oppose this statute. It targets a protected class group, and it's, just facially discriminatory.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Said.
Would you identify yourself, please?
Oh, sorry. I'm Christine Wellington. I am a member of the board of New Hampshire Core. I am a retired attorney. I was the director of the Fair Housing Project at New Hampshire Legal Assistance and have practiced in this area for many years.
Okay, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to give you the example. You mentioned discrimination and it kind of tweaked me a bit. So I'm going to give you the example. If I lived in an unattached single-family home, by the fire code, I can choose not to have any type of smoke detector or sprinkler system in my dwelling, although I would possibly benefit from my homeowner's insurance. However, if I was living in an attached duplex, I am required to have at least smoke detectors in my dwelling. And the reason is the actions of one of the neighbor next door to me could have adverse effects on myself and my family. So by having this, how do you really say that it's discriminatory? Because where you have unrelated type of people living in a communal type of environment, and something should go wrong, to me, this really enhances their own personal safety, going back to like in the duplex situation. Can you tell me how you feel about that?
Yes, the thing that we're focusing in on is neutral laws applied neutrally are not discriminatory. But when you select out a group of people who are protected by anti-discrimination laws and say, and for you, you're going to get special laws and rules that require you to do different things. Fire Marshal Parisi did mention that in this proposed legislation, in exchange for an exemption from installing a sprinkler system, the operator would have to agree to several conditions that are not required under existing state law, that wouldn't be required for another non-recovery home situation that was similarly situated, except for the fact that they weren't recovery homes. So singling out recovery homes for more enforcement, more regulations is the problem. Neutral enforcement is the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I have just learned that we will lose our captioning service and signer for House Bill 631 at 12:30. Therefore, with the permission of or the agreement of the committee, I am going to recess this hearing, immediately open and recess the hearing on House Bill 369 and open the hearing on House Bill 631 so that we can retain those services. Right. So hold your horses. We will resume this hearing after the completion of House Bill 217 this afternoon. So I hate to do this, but we are relying on outside services that we don't normally need. All right, so close. Yes, thanks, Peter Schmidt. I know you have a question, but I think we need to move on to the other hearing.
I hear you saying we're coming back, so I'm
Very good.
okay with that.
All right, I'm recessing the hearing on House Bill 377. Opening and immediately recessing the hearing on House Bill 369. And opening the hearing on House Bill 631.
And Madam Chairman, may I post the notice on the screen share just to provide information about how the link to the captioning can be obtained?
yes, please do so. And I apologize for everyone for the intervening bills, but
Have you contacted
these
the
things
sponsor? Mark Pearson is not in waiting.
Hey, I'm on the phone with him now.
Got it.
That appears to be Representative Steve Pearson.
Right, he's talking to me.
Okay. Well,
Madam Chair, I've reached him on the phone. He is logging in now.
very good. Thank you.
Way to go, Steve.
It just opens 31.
6:31, yes. That is the closed captioning. It is available.
Are you seeing the closed captioning notice?
We are.
Oh, good. I'm not, but I'm glad you are.
I am.
Excellent. I'm seeing the general court website for some reason, but
We're, I believe the public is seeing it.
I'm sure you're right. I just,
Representative Pearson, are you with us? Well, Representative Steve Pearson, would you,
I'm certainly not against you.
could you introduce the bill and we'll be, while we're here?
Okay, hold on.
shall I stop the share?
Yes.
Hello. Hi. I was just posting the, I just saw her and, oh, there she is. You moved because somebody else moved. The captioner is in, Lori Myers is in, Jola is third. I don't see Jola under Jay's.
Steve, where is?
Jola Leary. Unless she's captioner.
Oh, Jola's the other interpreter. We're getting that worked out right now. Just one moment.
Oh, there's somebody found her. Yeah. Okay. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Okay, are the necessary sign language folks and other hard of hearing folks up and running?
Yes, I believe so. I see Lori and Yola.
There are two interpreters and I can see them signing.
Okay, wonderful. Pam, the Representative Mark Pearson should be logging in, so you're going to see him on the attendees list shortly.
Very good. I'll keep a sharp eye out.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of Representative Mark Pearson, you've opened the hearing on House Bill 631. I am reminding myself to slow down when I talk for the benefit of those that do need interpretation.
So excuse me, Representative Pearson and others, we actually do not need you to slow down. So if you will just speak normally, it will be fine. Thank you.
All right, I can talk fast.
Well, I'm not encouraging you to speed up either, but you don't need to slow down.
This bill is a result of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Commission that has existed for the past several years. And I cannot do it justice in the introduction of this, as Representative Mark Pearson has been the chair of that for several years.
I'm on the meeting.
Thank you, Representative, both of you, and please proceed, Representative.
Thank you very much. For the record, this is Representative Mark Pearson representing Rockingham County 34. I am the chairman of the Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs Committee of the House, and also chairman of the New Hampshire Commission on Deafness and Hearing Loss. And I hope this is Bill 631.
Yes.
Oh, good. It's been a strange morning all over. An act relative to regulation of interpreters for the deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing. 2 years ago, it was my honor to be appointed by Speaker Shurtleff as one of the two legislative representatives to the New Hampshire Commission on Deafness and Hearing Loss. At my first meeting, I was elected chairman, and last Friday, I was reappointed by Speaker Packard. The commission represents various parts of the deaf and hard of hearing community and representatives from state agencies charged with disability rights and representatives from nonprofit advocacy organizations. I charged my commission with identifying various deaf and hard of hearing needs that could either become proposed legislation or suggestions to departments for changes in rules. One item identified was the need for various changes to be made to the laws governing American Sign Language interpreters. The National Professional Association for these folks was consulted so that our language could be brought into conformity with their language and the language of various state associations. A bill was presented to the legislature last year. The House passed it, but as we know, with many other good bills, it didn't make it through the Senate process. That bill with minor changes is the one before you today. Many of the changes are minor. We have added the term deafblind, demonstrating our recognition of this subgroup within the deaf and hard of hearing community. Names of various deaf and hard of hearing advocacy organizations that are no longer in existence are to be removed from the law. As we examined the state sign language interpretation in New Hampshire, there were two things we wanted to do to strike a balance. On the one hand, we wanted to toughen up the response to licensed interpreters who violate the Code of Professional Conduct. There is already suspension or loss of license. We wish to add an administrative fee or penalty. But on the other hand, we wanted to provide a process for those who make many mistakes, but not the kind of mistakes which rise to the level of a violation of the Code of Professional Conduct. The language I wrote in the bill would allow for remedial action and not punitive action in these cases. Finally, we recommend that certified credential interpreters be used when possible, but we know that in some cases they're not available. In those cases, we certainly make allowance that individuals who are not yet certified or credentials could be used in such situations where they're needed, provided they do not present themselves as being credentialed. And certainly that volunteer signing the 11:15 Mass for deaf parishioners would not have to have a license. So that's my bill, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Bryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just an overview. If a student is in school and does have a licensed interpreter, well, somebody that can do sign language, but in the situation of the teacher or the para who complements what the student is learning, this does not affect them. Am I correct?
That is correct, Chief O'Brien. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there other questions? Seeing none. All Jody report.
I'm here.
Could you
Can you-
repeat that? Could you repeat that, please, Chair? Your last remark came through garbled.
I was calling Jody Lafort.
I'm
Thank
here.
you.
Can you hear me, Chairman?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Madam Chair and committee members, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Jody Lafort, and I was part of the committee that worked with Representative Mark Pearson, that is, to draft this proposal. I did submit some written testimony, so I will try to keep my oral testimony brief. I'm here to testify in support of this bill. As Representative Pearson had mentioned, we did have a proposal on the table last year that passed through committee, but with all the craziness that happened last year, it did not pass through the full legislature. This may have been a good thing since I believe that we have created a better proposal than we had last year. Some of the changes are simple corrections, as he mentioned, that need to be made, while others are more systemic that we believe will strengthen the license law, allowing the system to better meet the needs of all those involved. Some of those highlights are the critical shortage exemption proposed in 326I7 for qualified individuals that are not licensed, perhaps from outside of New Hampshire, but could meet the need the pool of licensed interpreters cannot, providing a chance for people to get the most appropriate match without needing to go through the waiver process. Speaking of the waiver, also in 326I7, bringing interpreters working under a waiver under the jurisdiction of the license board gives the recipient of services a safety net in case an egregious error is made by the waived interpreter. The grievance procedure proposed change in 326I15 is in regards to when there's an issue between the deaf or deafblind person and the interpreter, and often the grievance procedure is too difficult to navigate, that person may choose not to use that interpreter again, resulting in less services available, and the interpreter may go on with a behavior without knowing it was an issue and not knowing it needs to be corrected. Even though mediation has always been an option in the rules, our hope is that allowing this to happen without the burden of a formal hearing will make the system more accessible and more effective. I also would like to pass along a message of support from the president of the New Hampshire Association of the Deaf, who was unable to join us today. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions committee members may have for me.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none. I'll call Jules Good.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Good morning, members of the committee, or I guess good afternoon by this point. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jules Good. I am a late deaf person living in New Hampshire, and I'm also here on behalf of my employer, Northeast Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services. I am absolutely in support of this bill. I think it's great to be honing in on the processes for licensure and everything having to do with that for the interpreters in our state. I think holding them to a high standard is really great because I've seen my fair share of not so great interpreters. And so it's great to be holding everybody to a standard that is really going to result in the best and most accurate communication for deaf people like me. One thing that I wanted to, start my video, I can do that. Hi. One thing that I wanted to suggest is in line 17 of the bill, where it starts detailing the organizations that this committee will, or that this board will consult with. There's a number of organizations listed, and we at Northeast Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services would like to be added as an organization that this board collaborates with. We are kind of the one-stop shop for deaf and hard of hearing services in the state. We're very ingrained in the deaf community. We do a lot of work and offer a lot of support to our community, and we think that it's important to be in the loop about what's going on with interpreter licensure and certification. So we would like to be added as a named member in this list of organizations that the board is consulting with. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much. Representative Schmidt, you don't absolutely need to ask every person a question, but you're recognized for one.
Why, thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question. As a former professional interpreter and translator, I know that mistakes can be made. I've seen examples of work done by people who are not competent, and they're pretty disastrous. So I'm wondering, how do you deal with this situation? Because unless you have somebody listening to the sign language interpreter and observing and seeing mistakes being made, how are you going to know? And there's certain obvious situations, but how are you going to know that the person is not competent? In a particular instance I'm talking about.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Sorry, I was not sure. Yeah, that's a great question. So as a deaf person, I guess it depends on the situation that I'm in. So sometimes what will happen is I can see, I mean, I tend to voice for myself, so I don't deal with this a lot. But if I am signing and I see that the interpreter has misrepresented something that I was signing to them, and I catch it in the captions, I'll call them out on it and ask them to correct me. But I think in general, it can be hard to identify like every single error if you're the only person in the room who knows sign language and you can't hear what's going on, so you have nothing to compare it to. I do think in my experience, what tends to happen is, we're only really concerned when there's a pattern of behavior and mistakes from interpreters, and that news gets around quickly in the deaf community. We know which interpreters we want and which ones we will take as a last resort, to put it in a respectful way. And so it is kind of a matter of seeing a repeated pattern of mistakes rather than, trying to catch somebody making one small mistake, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Representative Pearson?
Hi, Representative Steve Pearson. The bill creator does not have a problem, Jules, with the request that you made, and will be bringing forth an amendment to add you.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Are there other questions? Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anyone who wishes to testify on House Bill 631? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on House Bill 631. Okay, committee, we have. Do you want to break now and get back at 1 o'clock? Okay, fine. We will be recessing the meeting and resume at 1 o'clock with the hearing on House Bill 377. No, we will resume up with 345. I said 377 will resume after 217.
That is what you said, so that's good.
We still also have House Bill 369, right?
Yes, that was also recessed till the end.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, just for clarification, what is the first bill you will be taking up after the break?
The scheduled 1 o'clock bill, House Bill 345, mushroom harvesters.
Very good, thank you.
Pam, can you put up a notice?
Absolutely. It'll be up in a sec.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Pam, if are you there?
I am here.
Will this be, despite these technical difficulties, will this be on Facebook?
Not on Facebook, but on YouTube.
I'm sorry, YouTube,
It was a
because
trick question, I can tell.
never, we'll talk about it later. The reason I'm asking is I've missed some of the titles and commissions and stuff that people are on, and I'd like to be able to review that, that's all.
Sure, and you might, you'll see that the list of testifiers was emailed to you, and that has a number of the organizations. If a person entered it, of course, it's
All right.
there.
I will get that between my Nigerian prince offers.
Okay. Just give it another option.
And also too, if you need a little help with that, Mark will certainly assist you in getting that correct.
Hey, Steve. Steve, is that, what's behind you? At first I thought it was a scene from War Games.
I'm currently sitting in the Mission Control Operations Center for Apollo 14, which by the way is today, 50 years ago today, would be have docked with the LEM and on their way down to the moon at this point.
Good stuff.
Very good. Although War Games would have been cool too.
Hey, I'm an 80s movie nut, so I love it, absolutely.
Opera behind you.
Can you tell me real quick if the screen share is looking good?
Yes, except that you've got your symbols showing.
Oh,
your
okay, I'll fix that. There we go. Thank you.
How embarrassing.
I always have them on. I like them.
I am thankful, Pam, that DNA is going far better than labor today. That room just fell apart. They didn't even get underway until 10:20, and they were supposed to start at 9.
Oh, JCEC. It's Scientific Schmidt.
Pam, if you can hear me, we're seeing your inbox on our screen.
Maybe
That's yet another case. Federal government.
What?
The federal government amendment.
Oh, there's federal law in it?
Yes. The Federal Food Safety Act. Says you can't serve foraged foods unless they're picked by licensed forage.
And thus the push for license. Yeah.
It's not about safety, it's about science.
Oh, it's like some of the other licensing, so they, music therapists, so they can get insurance. Why the insurance companies want to have certification for national outfits? Music, people like music therapists, they push for that, because then they can take it anywhere in the country.
That's right. But that would require thinking and doing it a little bit differently.
Is the state committee think that my state? Chair. Yeah, really should something right now. Still. It's in the case.
Representative Pearson, your eye makeup is just fine.
Baby blues. So I don't know what it is with the microphone on the computer you're using, but your voice is always very muddy and difficult to understand.
How about now? Is it still bad?
Yes, it's bad. It's a little better when you're far back, but it's still a problem.
Turn my speakers down. Is this better?
That's a little better than when you were up close.
Okay. I got this computer at the dollar store, so I'm not sure what.
And well worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're starting with, again.
I mean, if you're going to be attending that way long term, I'd suggest getting a USB headset. It might work a lot better. They don't. You can get one for under $30.
Yeah.
Maybe
What's
under
that?
20.
Oh,
Okay. I'll do that.
I've got spare ones, like a dozen spare ones if you would like.
Plugs in the USB.
I'll try to remember to bring them in if you want to try it.
You're welcome to. Yeah, I mean, I worked remote full time for 15 years, and yeah, I always use one of those. It works a lot better.
Yeah, it's much clearer and you hear much better.
This is the mushrooms.
Yeah.
This is.
Representative Kinnerk is modeling one of those for us right now.
Yes, right there. In fact, I got the wireless kind, which is nice. That means it's a little bit more money, but it's I don't know. How is my sound quality? I don't know how I sound. Okay.
Sounds fine.
Yes, it's fine.
You also can adjust your input volume. Sometimes we had somebody the other day, input volume was too high and it came up. They cut the input volume, then they could be understood. That's another issue too that can be there. Go to your settings. Yeah, I finally got one of these because I spend a lot of time on it. Good to see a lot of familiar faces.
Yes, indeed. Ms. Smarling, we haven't gotten the testifiers list.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
We haven't got it yet, so.
Explain.
But at this point, it's being 1 o'clock. I will open the hearing on House Bill 345 and represent the sponsor, Representative Bernard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you again, too. Okay, so this bill is House Bill 345. For the record, I'm Representative Jerry Knirk. I represent Carroll County District 3. This bill is a product of the 2019 Mushroom Foraging Commission, which was charged to study developing a system for licensing individuals who forage for wild mushrooms with the intent to sell them to restaurant suppliers or at farmers markets. Now, the issue is that without passage of this bill, restaurants, grocery stores, farmers markets, and farm stands will not be allowed to sell or serve wild mushrooms in New Hampshire. The reason for that is that according to the 2017 U.S. Food Code, in order for a food service establishment to serve or sell wildly harvested mushrooms in the U.S., they must be approved to do so by a regulatory authority with jurisdiction over the food establishment. And that approval requires the appropriate identification of the wild mushrooms being sold or served. In New Hampshire, we do not have a program for certification or registration to ensure proper identification, making the sale of wild harvested mushrooms, therefore, not allowed. Now, food establishments include restaurants, grocery stores, suppliers, farm stands, farmers markets. This bill does not interfere at all with somebody who wishes to harvest wild mushrooms for their own personal use. And likewise, if they just share it with friends, that would not be be prohibited either with this. Now, the difficulty with misidentified mushrooms can range from simply a mushroom that's not edible to one that's toxic. And the toxic reactions can be things like minor gastrointestinal distress, but it can range up to kidney and liver failure and death. So it's really important to assure that the mushroom being sold is actually the mushroom being represented and is safe to eat. A restaurant which serves a dinner of inedible mushrooms or is the source of an outbreak of mushroom poisoning would really sustain quite a bit of damage to their reputation. And an outbreak of a mushroom poisoning would give wild mushrooms a bad reputation, harming the competent foragers. So the Foraging Commission recommended that in order to meet the U.S. Food Code, the state of New Hampshire should institute a program for certification and registration of individuals who either harvest, identify, or distribute wild mushrooms with the intent to sell them to food establishments or to private individuals as food. Now, this bill was introduced as HB 1692 in 2020. It passed through Environment and Agriculture in the House, then went to eDNA, passed out of eDNA 15-4 last year as an ought to pass with an amendment, but then it died a COVID death as the session ended. Now, I have a lot of details on this bill in the testimony that I provided to you in advance, including also the bill, the amendment, which is a very minor amendment we'll talk about in a moment, and also the report of the Mushroom Foraging Commission. I'm not going to go into all those details. I put it there so you could just follow it. But the bottom line is that under this bill, DHHS would be responsible for approving an educational course for individuals who wish to harvest, identify, and distribute wild mushrooms. And that educational program will cover identification, harvesting, handling, storage, New Hampshire regs, and the ethics of harvesting. We have two different certification levels. Tier 1, which is mushrooms that are easy to identify, there's no toxic lookalikes, and they're not likely to cause illness in humans. The idea is that's for the person who's more of a casual person who might only do a small amount. Then a tier 2 list that includes a lot of other mushrooms which can be more difficult to identify, may have toxic lookalikes, or may make a small percentage of humans ill. When a food establishment or a private purchaser purchase, they have to purchase from a certified harvester or from a distributor that is consistent with the level of certification for that mushroom. Now, the registration program would also be in the Department of Health and Human Services, and there'd be an online database updated as new individuals certify, a certification card given to each certified harvester, and identifier and distributor as well. Likewise, public notification would be given to the restaurants, suppliers, grocery stores, farm stands, farmers markets, so that they know that only certified wild mushroom harvesters and or distributors would be allowed to sell wild harvested mushrooms as food. The point is, the way that the wording goes in the food code is that any other source would not be considered an approved source and therefore would not be allowed to be used. They would also be informed as to what mushrooms are on the list by just having descriptions and photographs if they wish to look at that. The goal is to have the safety because the certified licensed forager would know what they're doing. But if they want to check it, they can take a look at that information too. And then DHHS would have the responsibility for inspecting wild harvested mushrooms in grocery stores. They already have that capability and are the ones who would already be pulling the license or cease and desist orders with people who are selling them currently, because again, it cannot be done currently, and they'd have the authority to levy fines for non-compliance. In order to be able to track the mushrooms in case there is a problem, the harvester or distributor generates a labeling tag that goes on the mushrooms, allows tracking. Now, it's important to realize that most of the work on this program has already been done in the Mushroom Foraging Commission. We had 2 mycologists on the team. We went over the tier 1 and tier 2 lists and compiled those. Dr. Rick Vanderpoel, who's going to be testifying a little later on, has a framework for a course that's completed. There's a course at UNH. Some of the states just actually use courses by their mycology organizations in the state. So the point is that the idea is that the state doesn't have to generate a course, they just approve it. Now, with regard to the amendment, just last week, Representative Fellows, who is one of the co-sponsors, was contacted by a person who questioned whether this bill would apply to the harvesting of chaga mushrooms. Now, chaga mushrooms are not what we normally think of as a mushroom, because a mushroom is the fruiting body of a fungus. The chaga is not the fruiting body. It is the mycelia of the fungus that is harvested, dried, and ground to make tea, purported to be medicinal. We don't normally think of chaga as an edible mushroom, but to clarify this, we went ahead to put in an amendment that would define a mushroom as the fruiting body of a fungus. That would therefore exempt chaga. I would look forward to Dr. Vanderpoel to comment whether he thinks we really need this amendment. And likewise, we do have lined up to testify Eric Milligan, who owns the New Hampshire Mushroom Company that grows mushrooms, and he also is a collector of wild mushrooms and would like to be able to get back to selling. And also Colleen Smith from the Food Protection of DHHS is here to talk to us today too. So that's basically the nuts and bolts of it, and I'm open for any questions if you have any.
Representative Roy.
Thank you for taking my question. Is this federal regulation, how long has this been in effect? And are there currently any wild harvested mushrooms being sold right now in New Hampshire?
In answer to the first question, it is the 2017 U.S. Food Code, although that is the date that is used. I don't know exactly when it was adopted in New Hampshire. Colleen Smith will be able to answer that because that is her field. As far as whether some of them are sold now, I'm sure that some may be sold, but that would be at this point illegal. It's not an approved food source. And actually, Eric Milligan, who will be discussing things later, helped me a little bit with this bill back when it first came up, way back before we developed the commission, because he's had experience of people coming in trying to sell him mushrooms where 3 out of 3 were not what they were claiming they were. And so it certainly is something that does go on and can be a problem. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Seeing none, I haven't received a list of testifiers, so Smith, yes. Ms. Smith, if you would care to speak up.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Colleen Smith. I am the administrator of the Food Protection section within the Department of Health and Human Services, and I'm here to speak in support of House Bill 345 that establishes a licensing program for mushroom harvesters. As Representative Knirk mentioned, the Wild Mushroom Foraging Study Commission, I previously served on that commission, worked closely with Representative Knirk and members of that commission to forge a pathway forward for the legal sale of wild mushrooms at our licensed food establishments. As Representative Knirk mentioned, we have adopted the 2017 U.S. Food and Drug Administration Food Code into our administrative rules. That adoption happened in 2019. in August 2019. So within the food code, it allows a state to develop its own program for the safe harvest and sale to food establishments. We would be also happy if asked to provide a fiscal note, as there is language within the legislation for the department to collect a fee and to administer fines for noncompliance with the regulation. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have with regard to the department's role in this bill.
Yes, I have a question about the license fees. What do you estimate to be the approximate type of fee, and do you have an idea of how many people will be interested?
So the statute sets a $75 registration fee, which would be for a 5-year registration. At this time, we don't have a clear estimate of how many harvesters we would have in the year. I think we had thought potentially maybe 50 in our work with the commission.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. Mr. Vanderpool?
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Chairperson McGuire, for this opportunity to speak at the hearing for House Bill 345. I am in support of this bill, as I've indicated online, and have worked closely with Representative Knirk and Colleen Smith, Representative Fellows, and other members of the Mushroom Foraging Commission in 2018. We addressed quite a few different parameters relative to this licensing requirement that we're proposing, and I believe we worked through most of the issues that seem to be at the table. It took quite a bit of time, but I encourage you to read the minutes of these meetings if you have specific questions and have concerns about various stakeholders in this process. I myself am a mycologist. I have a graduate degree in mycology. I've taught mycology at the graduate and undergraduate level, both in this state and out of this state. And I currently serve as the president of the Northeastern Mycological Federation. I have been involved with mushroom collecting, harvesting, selling, trading since 1977. And I look forward to having something on the books that replicates what we have for other licensed professions. I'm a certified wetland scientist. I served on the New Hampshire Joint Board for 10 years as the chairperson. I wrote the exam for wetland science the field portion, and assisted in the written test for wetland scientists. I also helped write the exam for the soil scientist. So I'm familiar with how to write certification exams that provide some surety for the public that a person is qualified to do the job they're tasked to do. And I also, on the commission, related a couple of other stories relative to the problems we currently face relative to selling wild harvested mushrooms for sale in unlicensed organizations and food clubs. And I have several times come across what I would consider toxic mushrooms, ones that weren't necessarily fatally poisonous, but ones that could certainly cause hospitalization for sale on the shelves at farmers markets and actually in grocery stores. Every time I found that, I've pulled these mushrooms off the shelves and talked to the produce manager. It hasn't happened often, and I must state that over the past, say, decade, things have gotten better. The harvesters are more savvy, they're more trained, but there are still issues that we need to deal with relative to the possible ill effects of toxic mushrooms being sold in restaurants and to other food outlets. So I encourage the committee to consider this bill seriously, to pass it, and to also allow those of us that have been trained in this field to do our jobs in providing both public safety and an excellent food source for the public. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Do we have this many?
Yes,
It's on the list.
yes.
You do have.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rick, it's good to see you again. And the question I have is, many people are quite aware of the fact that mushrooms are delicious, commercial mushrooms, and some mushrooms are famous. French are famous for their truffles and so forth. But people generally are quite often know that you don't want to get the worst, a bad mushroom or a poisonous mushroom anywhere near you. How much would the market expand if we had a rigorous collection and distribution network that would enable people to be sure that some exotic mushroom that they had heard about was actually the real thing, and they'd like to try it? How much do you think the market would expand if we had the kind of rigorous licensing operation that this bill sets up in place?
Thanks very much for the question. Peter, it's good to see you too. I have only anecdotal reports of the increases in sales for volumes of wild harvested mushrooms for states that have certified wild mushroom harvesters. Indiana is a lead state. Rhode Island is another one. North Carolina. We have several states that are considering it or have accomplished it, but I unfortunately don't have any hard data in terms of how that affects the actual flow of mushrooms. I would state that since selling wild harvested mushrooms at this point in time in New Hampshire is illegal, that I can only imagine that with a certification process and the legality being taken care of, that volume would increase. I would encourage you perhaps to ask that same question to Eric Milligan, who I believe will be testifying as well, since he owns the New Hampshire Mushroom Company. And
up in Tamworth.
Up in Tamworth, exactly. And he will have certainly some numbers relative to how much his sales of wild harvested mushrooms may be affected in the future by this bill.
Terrific. Looking forward to it. I enjoyed him the last time he was here.
I did want to just mention one other thing, if I could add, Representative McGuire. That is, I believe Representative Knirk asked about sentiments relative to chaga, since that's a highly valuable mushroom that's been sold now for many, many years and is certainly at issue here because it is not on the list. And I believe that that's probably a good thing, likely simply because it's not a mushroom itself. It is, in fact, as Representative Knirk said, a mycelium, but more specifically, it's a canker. And it being a canker, part of the purported medicinal value of that canker lies in the betulinic acid that comes from the birch tree. And since it is almost always on a birch tree, I would state that harvesting it has a very different ecological effect than harvesting a wild mushroom. As most of you probably know, you pick a mushroom out of the ground, it's like picking an apple off the tree. Mushrooms are fruits. They're meant to be consumed and spread around. That's why they are attractive, tasty, fleshy, and provide food value for wildlife. But cankers are something different, and they don't necessarily have food value per se, but they have medicinal value. And therefore, we believed, at least many of us on the commission, that this was a different organism that wasn't appropriately included in the tier 1 or tier 2 list. So I thought I'd mention those bits of fact, and I'd be happy to answer further questions from the committee.
Yes, thank you. Representative Fellows, you cannot ask questions. You're a co-sponsor of this bill. So I'm afraid you must remain silent.
I just want to clarify, I thought the rule was that if I testified, that I could not ask a question.
You are a
Is that
co-sponsor.
correct?
That is not correct. The rule is that if you are a co-sponsor of the bill, you cannot act as a member of a committee for the purposes of the hearing.
So thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Milligan's ready. Milligan.
Mr. Milligan?
Was I muted that whole time?
Yes, you were.
Sorry. I'll start again. My name is Eric Milligan. I'm the primary owner of New Hampshire Mushroom Company in Tamworth, New Hampshire. We were established in 2012. I speak in support of HB 345. It is one of the things, it's what I do. To answer the question specifically about the increase, I represent many foragers and individuals that I've purchased mushrooms from in the past. I want to be able to be allowed to legally forage, market, and sell wild mushrooms, because that and what this program is doing is putting into place an approved source. Myself being one of those. Once I go through all of it, the process. In regards to financial, to answer that question of coming in, I've gotten reports from a couple of foragers where if you want to talk about specifics, almost a yearly wage. And for us here at the farm, about, again, depending on Mother Nature, maybe 25% of our yearly gross income. I yield the rest of my time. Unless anyone's got any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You still offering your tours, Eric?
Due to COVID, starting in March of 2020, no one's been allowed in the building. Curbside pickup only. Yeah, agritourism was a bit of a hit this year.
Thank you, Mr. Milligan. Does anyone else wish to testify on House Bill 345? There's someone, Doug Grolensky. Grolensky, Doug Grolensky. I did.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I was just having a computer anxiety moment there. Yes, thank you. My name is Doug Grolensky. I own White Mountain Forager, and I'm neutral on this bill. I'm kind of in favor of the concept, but I don't really want to put myself out there as endorsing every concept of this bill. I think the best thing to do is to tell you a little bit of how my business came to be. In 2013, I retired from a career in Fish and Game as a conservation officer, and I served the last 9+ years as the district chief in Coos County. When I retired, I'm blessed to have a pension, and I was looking for something that would fill the gap and keep me occupied. At that time, I was selling chanterelle mushrooms to the Balsams restaurant, which had a culinary kitchen, world class, and I was selling several $1,000s of mushrooms a year. So when I retired, I figured that would be a great way to fill the gap. So I did my research, being law enforcement, prosecuting my own cases, things of that nature. I looked for applicable laws, and I found none in 2013. And I interpreted that as the fact that mushrooms were an unregulated industry. because whether you acknowledge it or not, it is a very active industry in New Hampshire. So unknowingly, I went ahead and filed an LLC, White Mountain Forager, acknowledged wild mushrooms as my business. I got product liability insurance, and I went about my business of collecting and developing markets for my mushrooms. I was a conservation officer. I know landowner ethics. I comply with many of the provisions with regards to acquiring landowner permission from people before I use their land. And I go about, and I've been very successful. And then I sold mushrooms to the Littleton Food Co-op, Chanterelles, and one of your HHS food inspectors lives in that area. And we graciously acknowledged that I couldn't do that and it needed to be addressed and needed to be fixed. And I think that's why we're here today. My business has been doing way better than I really wish it would, because I'm supposed to be retired. But what my point is that in 7 years, I now have a half a dozen or so people that I require W-9s from for tax purposes at the end of the year. I have a very active and growing business. I find that supply is not the issue so much, in that demand is so strong that I can understand why there are food safety requirements. So I want this to be done, but I, at the same point, don't want to stifle what we have as going. Again, I've been in business for close to 8 years now, done quite a bit of business inside of New Hampshire and outside, and I have never had a claim on my liability insurance. So I take offense to the term being used as it's illegal, because I believe at this moment it's unregulated, and I don't want to get into definitions of words. However, I went into this with noble intentions, and I don't like being tagged as a poacher because I'm doing something that I did since I was knee-high to my grandmother. And I'll yield my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berlinski. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? Representative Fellows, I believe this is a good time for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I served, this is Representative Fellows. I served on the Mushroom Commission, and I just wanted to clarify that while the commission discussed which mushrooms would go on tier 1, which are the ones that are easiest to identify, and we did come up with a list that was just a kind of a conceptual activity, and that the actual responsibility for developing that list will be under Health and Human Services.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions for Representative Fellows? Seeing none, is there anyone else who wishes to testify? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 345 and open the hearing on House Bill 219. And I call Representative Yokela. What?
I'm promoting right now.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, there you are, Representative Yokela. Please introduce yourself and introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Representative Josh Yokela. I am introducing HB 219 regarding the repeal of the statute for athlete agent, RSA 332J. I looked at this statute specifically because and the bills to follow specifically because they require no training and education requirements. And in my research for this statute, it seems to be that in normal situations, if you have someone representing someone else, the person that they are representing is the person that is actually held responsible for those actions. You know, if you are a normal business owner and you employ someone and you get in a car accident while you're on the job, the responsibility often goes to if you're doing that action, like as a representative of that business or of that person, then you are the actual person that is that you are representing is held responsible. And the athlete agent seems to be an unusual case, and I believe it to be an unusual case because of institutions like the NCAA that hold people responsible, or specifically colleges responsible for actions that may be done by an agent while not technically under a contract or anything with an agent, with a student, such as buying them dinner or giving them a gift, et cetera, et cetera. If the college student accepts the gift, they may be doing something which opens up colleges to liability from the NCAA contract that they have. The NCAA is private and not a government agency, and so that is a contractual agreement that those colleges go into willingly. And so I think that the legislation is actually trying to fix kind of an issue that is created by some private contracts. And the NCAA is changing their rules regarding who can and who cannot essentially make money off of their likeness, et cetera, et cetera. You may have heard of this. They were supposed to come out with some guidance in January regarding this, but it has been kind of stalled a little bit. So we expect that these new rules will be coming out in the near future. And so I think that the committee may want to hold off on deciding this bill until those actions come out. And so that's why I sent an amendment to you guys earlier today offering to change the bill to a study committee to look into whether or not, first of all, whether or not athlete agents are treated differently than other representatives of people. You know, nowadays there are options for people to be represented, have contracts and become, you know, YouTube stars or whatever at younger and younger ages, you know, Twitch streamers making contracts with companies to sponsor them, or and also these options for NCAA may open up the possibility for high school students, a wide range of people to be represented in a lot of different ways. And so it's kind of brings up the question on whether or not athlete agents should have their own designation, or if really what the law is trying to do is to allow some pass-through, pass-through from a third party that has a contract or is essentially held responsible for the actions of a person, like the college being held responsible for the actions of a student or the student's agent, whether that be a brand manager or, in this case, an athlete agent. It's possible that this needs to be completely rewritten and allow for that pass through, or for that we might decide that it's not appropriate for that pass through to happen, and that that those people are acting under the guidance of the athlete, and that the athlete should be held responsible, and it's really a contractual agreement between the athlete and the school that needs to be addressed. And so there are some opportunities for waiting. I expect by the time that a study committee would form, that the NCAA will have drafted its new rules. And so it's possible that you would have more information about how to address this or manipulate this statute going forward. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thanks.
We are not going to form a study committee this year. So would you prefer that we voted to kill this bill, or that you come in with a revised bill that addresses the issues you're concerned with, or do you want us to retain it to give you time to do the work for this year? I will say that the issues you're bringing up of liability and representation are not the normal issues we deal with in ED&A, so we would probably not be very helpful.
I think that it would be better to just, so you want to, the options you're suggesting are retaining, or what was the other options?
ITL.
I could make.
I feel like that's up to the committee. I'm willing to work on the issue over the summer and come back to the committee with more information. Absolutely. It's not.
Okay. We will keep that in mind. Representative Leck, question?
For exec, actually.
Okay, fine. Aren't there yet? Other questions for Representative Ukela? All right, Representative Horrigan, you wish to speak on this bill?
Yes, I'd love to speak to it. I muted so now I'm unmuted. So my name is Timothy Horrigan. I represent Stratford County District 6, which is the towns of Durham and Madbury. And Durham, not incoincidentally, is a college town which has an extensive, and University of Hampshire has an extensive Division I athletics program, and I am a season ticket holder and a supporter of those programs, although I'm just expressing my opinion. So I haven't consulted with the the athletic department or the other parties that deal with it. So I think this bill feels totally unnecessary. ITLing is definitely the way to go with it. When it gets to the floor, I guess Representative Ukela could try to table it, in which case then he'd be free to reintroduce it next year. But I don't see much value in that. So the he's talking about private contracts, and I agree. I don't disagree with all that in principle, but the fact is that sports, both amateur sports and professional sports, are very highly regulated industry. They're mostly by, so they have very elaborate rules for who's eligible and who's not. And so one of the problems is if you sign a contract with an agent who then doesn't act in your best interest, you can lose your eligibility. So that's and that happens to student athletes all the time. So they're very, there's very strict rules what a student athlete can do and can't do, and maybe that's not how it should be, but that's the way it is. And it's a positive experience. I know it's a positive experience for the vast majority of the students at UNH and Dartmouth and the other schools that have programs. So they consider it's considered very positive by the vast majority of those who participate in college athletics. And also the other thing, which I guess Reverend Yukela didn't bring up, which I thought he was going to, is that you might say, well, there aren't that many professional athletes in New Hampshire. There's probably more than you'd think. We have because there are usually UNH football team in Dartmouth occasionally send a player to the pros. There's nobody from UNH has ever played professionally, but there is a player who grew up in Newcastle who's a star in the NBA named Duncan Robinson. So this does affect some people. And also like before that, this law also restricts, this law also deals with people who are recruiters, often unauthorized by the colleges, but there's often boosters and others who get hold of the families and play on their hopes for their child's future as a professional or college athlete. And so some of those can act in ways which can end up costing the families a large amount of money, wasting a lot of their time, and also in some cases taking away the young person's eligibility to play in college. And also, another thing about professional sports is in most countries, our system of college athletics doesn't exist. So there's usually a network of amateur and semi-pro and professional clubs. And so a lot of those, I know, especially in basketball, which I'm the most personally familiar with because I've been sitting in the stands for 15 years. I've gotten to know some of the people affiliated with it, especially a few years ago, there was a player whose father was actually in the business of sports. And so a lot of these, so there are a lot of scouts who recruit players for, minor league professional teams overseas, especially in basketball, which has, even though it's invented here in the USA, is just as popular everywhere in the globe. There's probably thousands of professional teams, all of which make it possible to get a couple of US players in there just to, because, the players I think are better coached in many ways. Yeah, so this is, yes, anyway, just the original bill. Anyway, I'll get back to the original bill passed in 2006. It hasn't been changed since, and nobody's asked to get rid of it till now. It is obviously a target for people who are just looking to, eliminate quote unquote unnecessary regulation. But I don't think this regulations need. It's not onerous, and also it's a uniform bill. So even in 2006, it existed in 40 other states, and I think it's probably more now. I'm not aware of any that have abolished it. So this is a necessary bill. It protects the families and the student athletes and the institutions. So I think we should leave this RSA 330TJ in place. It's worked well since 2006, and it should stay in place. So that's why I think you should ITL this bill.
Are there any questions for Representative Horrigan?
Thank you very much, Ms. Chair. Yeah, I agree. There's no point having a study commission this biennium when things are.
Thank you. We are not going to have a study committee on this. Okay. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Representative Horrigan. Are there any other members of the public that wish to testify on House Bill 219? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. 15 minutes. We have it. Do we wish to go into executive session on this bill?
I'm fine for that.
Okay,
Okay.
Representative Blackus, do you have a motion?
All right, my motion is ITL on House Bill 219.
Second by Schmidt.
Okay. Okay, do you wish to speak to your motion?
I mean, as Josh said, it's really not the time to be doing this because we don't know what the new rules are. And so should ITL this? And if there's a need to do something in the future, a new bill can be introduced.
Ditto.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt, for your brevity. Is there any discussion? All right, in that case, the motion is inexpedient to legislate, and the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy,
No,
the motion is inexpedient to legislate.
I know.
Yes, okay, I did. The
I
clerk,
didn't I didn't hear the vote. Is that a yes or no?
yes,
It was a no. Representative Roy voted no. Representative Sitek voted yes.
wait a minute, you voted no
I voted against the idea.
against the ITL, I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson. Representative Pearson going twice. No vote from Representative Pearson. Representative Yakubovich.
No.
No. Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey here. No vote. Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso. Representative Santonastaso going twice. No vote. Representative Crowley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Yes. Yes.
Would you, Representative Judy, do show us your face?
Oh, I'm here. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. I'm here. Oh, Madam Chair, because the first time I say yes, okay, we.
Here we see you. Excellent.
C'est une erreur.
Oui.
Quelle horreur.
Oui, oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative LaBranche.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
Fourteen two. 3 no votes.
14-2.
I'd just like to say that I'm getting something, it seems like a delay on the audio. Yes, before the words completely got out of Representative Sitek's mouth. So I think it's related to the big room.
Possibly.
Especially if we're all unmuted, I think it contributes.
Yes.
What was the vote total again, please?
14-2.
Thank you. Representative Yokela, did you wish to say something?
be more than that.
Yeah. It sounds as though that if he were to come back with a bill, it would be very different from this one.
And so
We can
it
talk.
could be introduced.
I would think so.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No, I just wanted, it looked like I was removed from being an attendee or whatever, and I have more bills, like all the rest of the bills are mine. So I was just planning to stay on.
Okay, we will keep in touch. This one, I think, needs more work before. Okay. Is there any objection to consent before we leave this bill?
No.
Okay. We will put this one on consent. Representative Lakis, I'll take a report at your earliest convenience. Seven minutes. I will move ought to pass on House Bill 356, which is the technical changes to the Manchester retirement system.
I'll second.
And in response to that, this is something we passed last year. It's an efficiency improvement for the system. It makes no changes to the benefits or the relations with the employees. It simply allows the system to come into agreement with IRS rules and then to replace a person who resigns or moved out of the district.
What's the bill number again, Madam Chair?
356.
356.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Schultz, would you care to speak to your section?
No, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. In that case, the motion is ought to pass on House Bill 356. The changes to the retirement system for Manchester employees. The clerk will call.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson. No está. Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey. Not here. Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Basta.
Representative Santonastaso. No vote. Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
We. You hear me? We.
Heard you. We.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
La dit oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative LaBranche.
Yes.
Representative Groda. Representative Groda. No vote. Representative O'Brien. No vote.
Yes on O'Brien.
Okay, thank you, O'Brien.
Thank you.
Terrific. Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Well, it's unanimous, whatever it is, 2, 4,
14 or 15.
8, and 15-0 with, yeah, okay, 15-0 for not voting.
Does any-
Consent calendar?
I take it there's no objection to consent. Right, you'll put that one on consent. Today.
We got that time to do that other Manchester bill?
We have 5 minutes before the next hearing. I don't think we can.
Okay,
us-
just checking with you, Carol.
56, which was a very straightforward bill with no debate. So I think we'll pause here for the next hearing.
Good. Irrefutable logic. Terry, are you hearing me?
Loud and clear.
How long do we have?
Minute.
It's still,
4 minutes.
so.
Was that slow? Is that?
Have to move the clocks a bit fast.
Careful now.
4 minutes. You guys should be masked if you're that close.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. If he's willing to take the chance, I am.
Our next. No. Our next one.
Yeah. It's the lightning round one.
Madam Chairman, as long as we're in a lull, I'll just check in with you to make sure you saw the email from the state fire marshal that came in late this morning on the next bill. He is the only person signed up to speak, but he was not able to stay for the afternoon. He had a wake. So he did submit written testimony, however, and sent it to everybody at about 11:18 this morning.
Pam, are you talking about the one and only letter from the fire marshal this morning?
The only one I have seen.
Well, I mean, there was one that came in from the fire marshal with regard to that bill, and that's what you're referring to?
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. Absolutely. It's a fairly brief letter about the lightning rod.
Right.
law. Yeah,
Oh,
just-
the lightning rod. Oh, I didn't see anything about the lightning rod bill. Did you forward that to us?
Yeah, it was sent to you. He sent it to everybody.
Okay, I'll look for that. I didn't see that yet.
It was 11:18 this.
Yes.
Thank
Here. I saw it.
Be able to hear it in a second, 15 minutes.
Edwards.
No.
Oh, I understand. For Schmidt, this It's like license.
All right, it being 2:00, I open the hearing on House Bill 208 and call Representative Yokela.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name again is Representative Josh Yokela. I am a representative from Fremont, and I am introducing HB 208, right, regarding the lightning rod dealer salesman licensing and the repeal of that licensure statute. I looked up on the New Hampshire Department of Safety Administration website. It doesn't look like it's been updated since maybe 2017, 2018. Back then, there were only 4 dealers active in the state. Once again, there's no education or training requirements. Obviously, they would need to, anyone installing, testing, modifying, or repairing lightning products would need to follow the requirements of the NFPA 780 standards, and that's essentially all that one needs to do to do this job. And so I don't believe that licensure is required. I believe that this could be repealed, and if the committee believes that we could adopt, something saying that all persons have to follow this protection, that seems fine, but I think it would be covered through the normal inspection process at local planning and zoning. And so I don't believe this needs to be a state license. So with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you. Did you read the letter from the fire marshal?
I don't believe I received a letter from the fire marshal.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll paraphrase. He says that it was created in 1878, and the requirements for lightning rods are included in the state fire code and the state electrical code, and this is no longer needed. He supports the repeal.
Okay, well, I agree with him then. Thank you.
Does anyone else have a question? Does anyone else wish to testify on House Bill 208? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing.
Is that this one?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Representative Lekas moves.
I'd like to make a motion ought to pass on House Bill 208.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Representative Pearson. You wish to speak to your motion?
As the state fire marshal said, the license isn't needed. This is all covered by existing state fire code, electrical code, and their existing standards. So there's no need for this.
Representative Pearson, do you wish to speak to your second?
Representative Lekas did an eloquent and outstanding job in his explanation.
Excellent. Does anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, in that case, the motion is ought to pass and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey is not voting. Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso, not voting. Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Judy,
We.
we trust it.
Video, please.
Madam Chair, we.
Representative
Le
Smith,
voici. Thibault. Yes,
Representative Schultz,
comme il est beau.
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
I think I heard my name called. Yes. Do you hear?
yes.
Yes.
Yes. Wonderful.
I think
Representative,
I have a connection issue.
I'll yell out the
Okay.
window. Representative LaBranche,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
17-0.
Excellent. Any objections to consent? Seeing none, we'll put it on.
Not a bit.
We have 7. We have 8 minutes. If there's another easy bill, we might get to it. Does anyone have a motion on something that doesn't require too much effort?
Waiting.
Did we have to vote on House Bill 425?
We have not yet. You wish to make a motion?
I'll make a motion OTP on House Bill 425.
Isn't there an amendment on that one?
Isn't there an amendment?
Let me see. I'm sorry.
Is that?
The IT positions.
Yes.
Right.
There was an amendment presented at the hearing, I understand.
Yes, I'm sorry. I make a motion on amendment for House Bill 425. The amendment number is 2021-0027H.
Okay. Excellent. Is there a
Schmidt
second?
moves second on the amendment by Schmidt.
Thank you.
Repeat the number, please.
27.
27, okay, 21-27.
All right. Do you wish to speak to your motion, Representative Groda?
No, well, but this was done at the request of the Department of Information Technology, and it removed and the amendment removes what's already in the RSA, sections 1 and 2. And that's represent what's going on already.
Representative Schmidt,
Ditto.
does anyone else wish to speak? House Bill 425.
Well, it's the amendment on how to.
Yes, the amendment on House Bill 425. All right. The motion is ought to pass on amendment 2021-27H, and the clerk will call the roll when ready.
On the amendment, Representative Roy,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey, still not present. Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso. No está. Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Sherwood.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
There he is. Representative Schmidt.
Smiling face at all.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative LaBranch.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
Okay, 17-0. Two not present.
All right, we voted the amendment. Representative Broda, you have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to move order pass as amended on House Bill 425 FN.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second. Oh, sorry. Diane beat me to it.
Yes, indeed. Do you wish to speak to your motion, Representative Broda?
This bill, this bill verifies and confirms what's being done already, but by the Department of Information Technology, and it is important criteria for the safety of the state.
Thank you. Representative Sherwood, do you wish to speak to it, your second?
Just ditto.
All right. Does anyone else wish to speak on
Amen.
House Bill 425?
Well, I do.
Representative Satek.
I want to know who moved the amendment.
Rhoda.
Rhoda and who
Schmidt.
seconded?
Schmidt.
Okay,
I
thank you.
seconded the amendment.
Okay,
I'm finished talking.
very good. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, in that case, the motion is ought to pass with amendment by Representative Broda, and when ready, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy. Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro. Was that Representative Allegro?
Yes.
Okay, not sure what I heard there. Representative Bailey, just in case. Representative Lazara.
Yes.
So easy, Tom.
Representative Santonastaso. Representative,
También no está.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Sherwood.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative LaBranch.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes, please.
Sugar on top. Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
A familiar 17-0.
Does anyone object to consent?
Not a chance.
Okay, we'll put that one on consent also. And there's only 2 early bills to exec on Monday.
Which are the early ones from Monday?
The early bills are 274 and 590.
Thank you.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 218 and call Representative Yochello the prime sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Josh Yochello. I am a representative for Fremont, introducing HB 218 relative to the repeal of the requirement for itinerant vendors to be licensed in the state. This is a statute that applies to businesses that come to our state and to engage in a temporary business, but they have an actual business in another state. And I believe that this requirement also requires that they have a bond with the state. And I think that it says that they shall make a special deposit of $5,000 in the form of cash or security bond with the Secretary of State. And I think that this law is, a very old law, and I think that it is not commensurate with the times of a lot of selling interstate is now happening on the internet, and I think it's partially from rules like this that limit people from just coming in for a short time. The extra hurdles of putting this as an impediment to that the online option doesn't require, whether it be selling through their website or other such means, putting it through Amazon or whatever, if they want to sell their products. And so I think it actually is a detriment to the state, and I think we need to consider a repeal of this statute when there are other options. And it seems to be that we are putting people that want to actually come to the state and do business here at a disadvantage, and encouraging them to make those sales online. So I thank you, and I'd welcome any questions.
Question.
Yes, thank you, Representative Schmidt. Representative Blakis was first.
Okay. Is it my understanding correct that this bill will leave in place the existing RSA 31102A, which permits local towns to regulate itinerant vendors? So if they think they have a particular problem locally, they can deal with it locally?
Yes, it does not affect that.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Representative, did you inquire of the Secretary of State's office whether this bill is actually, or this statute is actually in use? You cited modern technology and so forth. I think the bill is intended to protect the public from people who come in and sell whatever that or service or good product or whatever that maybe is fraudulent and so forth. So the bond is probably to protect the citizenry and the towns, not to facilitate the trade. I'm wondering whether you've checked with the Secretary of State's office since David Scanlon is here. I'd like to find out, if you haven't talked with him, what he has to say about the bill's actual function in this day and age.
I think that so I just looked on the website for. I did not talk to them directly, so I think he would be best to answer that question.
Thank you.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having served on municipal and county government many years ago, we heard about a similar bill, and I believe that this statute covers, well, I say small, rather independent say, magazine salesmen or people who sell goods going door to door. Quite often, the towns that they are operating in are not even aware of their presence if they do not go through the actual licensing process. And therefore, unless they get a complaint from one of their citizens, there's not going to be local consent implied unless there's a problem. And at that point, I fear that it would be too late unless there is some kind of licensing already put in place that they could show a potential customer, and then a person would have recourse. Do you agree?
Question is? Representative Schuett? Was that
Yes.
the question?
Yes, I'm sorry, I tried to say at the end, would you agree that that is the type of person that's covered by this?
Thank you.
So I think that what you're probably referring to is more covered by the definition of hawker and peddler, which is the bill that we're going to be hearing next. But it depends where, I guess, the business is located. If it's an out-of-state business, that it would be an itinerant vendor. If it's like an in-state business, then it would be a hawker or peddler. But I think that in my experience, people generally, you know, with the first knock on the door, they are going on Facebook and asking who this person is. Does anyone know them? Have they bought anything from them, et cetera, et cetera. And so at least in my experience, the word travels extremely fast and people know exactly who it is. And there's a lot of commentary on whether or not you should trust them, or if you'd used their service before and if they're reliable, et cetera, et cetera. I definitely have experienced that, within minutes of people that do come door to door, but none of them ever mention that they go to the state to find out that information. It's mostly other people discussing the service that is offered on and whether it's good or not. They generally don't go to the state for that information.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Follow up?
Thank you. Are you aware, Representative, that a lot of older senior citizens who, how shall I say, an unscrupulous itinerant vendor might prey on, do not have computers or do not even think to go to Facebook or the internet to look up the identity of someone that comes to their door?
Thank you for the question. I do think that I don't think that it's specific to people of a certain age. I think that I was actually a victim of someone that came to my door, knocked on it, and was selling, news, supposedly selling magazines that were going to be donated to veterans. And, if I gave them this check, then some veterans would be receiving magazines. And only later, like after the person left, I was suspicious the whole time, but I think that only later after I left did I do more research on them and find out that I think that it was a scam. I don't know that there was, I didn't do anything about it. I decided whether or not I was going to stop payment on the check, and then that was the end of that situation. I don't necessarily think that the risk is more from a person knocking on the door versus all of the scammers on the internet trying to have you buy all kinds of things. I think actually being able to buy, yeah. So I don't necessarily think that the risk is more in one place versus another, or one population versus another. I think there are just scammers out there, and anyone can fall prey. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. Representative O'Brien?
Thank you to the chair, and thank you, sir, for taking my question. Is it your interpretation of this bill would limit the governing board of any city, town, or village district to issue a vendor's license, hawkers, peddlers, and all that, to food services providers? And if that is the case, they have to get approval, like in the example in Nashua, through the Board of Health. They are open for inspection to make sure that they are meeting the quality and clean food standards that the public would expect. Second, too, does this, by eliminating this bill, eliminate the chance for, in the example of Nashua or any other community, on a farmer's market, gives them the chance to limit the size of how big of the farmer's market that they want, and just kind of opens up the door to any type of vendor that may want to come in and sell his particular product without regulation? Thank you.
Representative Caleb?
Yes, thank you for the question. There seem to be a lot of questions in that question, but I don't necessarily agree that this will limit the powers of the town. This would be whether or not they had to go to the state first. If the local municipality has regulations about food vendors, et cetera, I think those would still apply.
Follow up, if I may.
Follow up.
Thank you. Well, I'm having a hard time, so I'm looking for some clarity, if you could, please. In my reading of this is enabling legislation to allow the governing board of a city, town, or village district in order to take that authority. By eliminating this, it would remove that authority to the local jurisdiction.
Excuse me, Representative O'Brien?
Yes, Madam Chair.
RSA 31102A already exists.
Okay, thank you.
It clarifies that the towns and cities have that authority to license these vendors, and it simply, as Representative Okela said, simply eliminates the requirement that they go to the state first. They still have the authority to license them, and they still have the same authority to require the same background checks or whatever it is they do now.
And I thank the chair for the clarification. Thank you.
Representative Fellows?
Mhm.
Representative Fellows, you had a question?
When I looked at the two bills, I got them confused in my mind, but now that I look at the definition of itinerant vendors, I see it talks about somebody doing business in a temporary place like a hotel or a motel or vacant lot, that sort of thing. So my question is, how do you think this would impact, and it requires state licensing. It's not about the local license. How do you think it would impact businesses like the motorcycle week, where lots of people put up tents and they have different businesses, and you could also have some place that sets up a tent beside a motel and for most of the summer sells some sort of goods, but they're not registered with the state. They, if there's a problem with the product, you won't even know who they were anymore. So I understand the other bill, but this one I'm concerned. Do you have those same concerns?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I don't have those same concerns. The itinerant vendor is yes, it could be could allow people from out of state to set up a temporary situation where they are able to sell, let's say, like if a business or like your example where you have like a bike week or something like that, where businesses want to rent out space or something like that in their parking lot and say, okay, these businesses can come and, for a short amount of time, say, how great this new bike is. And they're an out-of-state company and they just want to come in for a short time to be able to display their products on that, in front of that business or motel, or, whichever business they want to, I think that would be at the discretion of the owners of the property, of who they want to let on their property. And also it would be part of the plan set out by the town and what is allowed in that specific area. If other businesses are allowed, if you have to get a permit, et cetera, et cetera. So there would be still local regulations regarding that. And I think it's possible that the change might be that there will be more opportunity for out-of-state people to partake in such events.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Allegro?
Thank you for taking my question. Most, but not all of the discussion and concern seems to be centered around the worst case scenario, the scammers. But I wonder how important that is in considering this bill. I'll ask the question, would we expect scammers to apply for licensure with the state? So it still originates, everything's going to originate from a complaint.
Thank you for the question. I don't necessarily believe that all of the, I definitely don't think that the scammers, especially the one that came to my door, was registered with the state. It would have been pretty much impossible to track him down because it was just some random person. And so I think that this is just a hurdle definitely for law-abiding people to, have to put up a bond and fees and stuff like that and fill out forms at the state level and then potentially at the local level as well.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Representative Shua?
Thank you, Madam Chair. More questions have entered my mind. Going to the question of local control. First question, if, as Representative O'Brien suggested, some of these folks, and I don't think we're terribly concerned about large corporations who bring their business, say, to Bike Week. I think they're responsible, but we're talking about the smaller scale, people who sell food from a tent, people who sell leather goods just from a tent, that kind of thing. And would it not be requiring each town that they go to purport have their business in temporarily? Wouldn't it require that town to have someone knowledgeable about each of those different fields, which likely they don't have?
Thank you for the question. So I think that there are all types of businesses that may come into a town, and the regulations for those are relatively generic as to not disenfranchise one versus another. And I think that there may be concerns that are normal in the process of allowing a use of some property, but I definitely don't think that we want to disenfranchise the small businesses, and by having this, because it's definitely going to be much harder for small businesses to make deposits or security bonds available to the state, whereas obviously large corporations would have no issue doing that. So I think that this is definitely has more effect on the small business aspect, and definitely ones that have or are benefited by physical presences instead of remote presences like being online.
Further question?
Follow up?
Thank you. My other thought is that most of these folks who come and do business like this in small towns tend to go through several towns within a few days. That would require them to go to each individual town to get a license rather than getting one ticket, so to speak, from the state. You don't see that as an additional hardship on the small businesses that you're claiming this is benefiting?
Actually, Representative Schuett, they're required to right now, they are required to go to every town that requires such a license that they do business in. That's current law. This bill would not affect that.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to follow up, I guess, in the line of Representative Schuett's questions, because as I look at the definition, and it was stated earlier, principal place of business is not in the state, who is engaged in temporary or transient business in the state, either in one locality or traveling from place to place, selling goods, wares, merchandise. And then it goes on to state also, temporary place of business means any public or quasi-public place, including but not limited to a hotel, motel, rooming house, storeroom, building, part of a building, tent, vacant lot, railroad, car, or trailer. That's pretty mobile. And as you further go on to State Representative Yukela, and I'm getting to my question. Under the next section of local association, provisions of this chapter by reason of associating himself temporarily with any local dealer, trader, or merchant, or by conducting such temporary or transient business in connection with or as part of the business or in the name of any local dealer, trader, or merchant that the vendor may not associate with. I'm sorry on that one. So my question goes to you, following up on Representative Schuett. Don't you believe it would be better for the state to keep track of these vendors coming in and out of the state, having them on record, so cities and towns can look it up and make sure they are a pertinent dealer and have been vetted? Because if they're transient, they're going to be bouncing from town to town to town to town, and it's going to be up to localities to review this individual upon applying for the license versus being able to just go to one location, the state, for that vendor. Do you believe it would be easier to keep this law in place for that reason?
Thank you for the question. I don't necessarily think it would be easier to keep the law in place. I mean, it's definitely easy to keep the law in place. We wouldn't have to do anything. But I think that so this, what you were just reading was, it says, the local association, it says no itinerant vendor shall be exempt from these provisions just by reason of associating themselves with any local dealer. So if a car dealership wants to host the company that manufactures the cars that they produce and says, hey, this is the manufacturer, they have this special deal going on with these cars or this manufacturer that we don't normally have at our dealership, they are selling their wares here, they would need to go to the state and file that information with the state. And the question of whether or not the local the local municipality wants to also control that information or that license is up to the local town if they want to do that or not. I don't think that it's necessarily helps them to have an additional layer of regulation.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in reading the definition and being a transient group, would you agree that it would be harder to keep track of these individuals as they moved from town to town if they were doing bad business in the town and were kicked out or a license revoked and moved on to the next town? By the time the next town was able to research them before they gave out a license versus just going to the state's database? That it'd be easier for these folks to fly under the radar?
Thank you for the follow-up. I think that the damages, any damages or can still be addressed by the company where it is permanently based. So this would just be essentially like, a pop-up, let's say a pop-up McDonald's or something like that for, a few days in this specific spot. Or it's maybe McDonald's is not a good example because they're in all 50 states, but a business, a restaurant that is not normally in New Hampshire, comes to New Hampshire for a pop-up restaurant, gets their, food license, stuff like that, and then doesn't perform in a way that is commensurate with that license. I do think that, if there was anyone harmed or anything like that, I think there still would be the company at its base location that could be gone after by the people that were affected. I don't necessarily think that the fact that they traveled necessarily would make it impossible for that to be followed up on.
Thank you.
Representative Grota?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Yokela, sorry. If let's say that this bill passes and then it's up to the municipality to monitor this and something happens, whose responsibility is it within the municipality to notify other municipalities? Let's say it's summer and, in our town on the coast, there's many people. So somebody starts in Hampton and makes their way up to Portsmouth. Whose responsibility is it in the town to notify other towns? And what's the vehicle for that?
Thank you for the question. My response is that I don't believe that it is required that a town notify other towns or states, just like it's not required that New Hampshire notify Florida if someone has an issue in New Hampshire. It would be exactly the same situation. You wouldn't be required to notify other municipalities, states. You would, the person that would be harmed could go directly to that company. However, the municipality doesn't have necessarily will have even jurisdiction over the actual fine, depending on whether or not they have jurisdiction with the company as a whole. I think.
Follow up, please, Madam Chair. So that's what you think. And what basis is that thought? What's the basis of that thought? That no one's responsible other than the person that was damaged?
Relevant question, Representative Brody. He says he doesn't know, and that's it.
Okay.
I'd like to call David Scanlon.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Deputy Secretary of State. And I just wanted to provide the committee with some information. The Secretary of State's office is charged with the administration of the statutes related to itinerant vendors and hawkers and peddlers. And what I can tell you with that statute is that in terms of itinerant vendors, we probably receive about 100 applications a year and issue permits to those applicants. The number of hawkers and peddlers that we deal with are probably triple that amount. In the course of a year, we probably collect $20,000 in fees that are paid by both itinerant vendors and hawkers and peddlers. And once the permit is issued, that is usually the last time we see that individual until it's time to renew the permit. We receive very few complaints at the state level related to these individuals. I can't recall ever having to tap into the $5,000 surety bond that that they put out there when they apply, and from our perspective, it's it's pretty smooth sailing with them. Now, municipalities, as was mentioned, can issue their own permits, and I think most of the larger communities do that. They may have more interaction with these individuals, and it's possible that they may do some enforcement at that level that we just don't see. The Secretary of State is authorized to revoke a license after a hearing. I can't recall that ever having taken place in recent memory either. So based on that, I mean, we don't have strong feelings on this piece of legislation one way or the other. If it makes our state community feel better because these individuals have to register, we're certainly happy to continue to do that. But our experience has been that there are very few issues with these individuals, at least at the state level. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Roy.
Thank you for taking my question, excuse me. Can you tell us what is involved in the process of licensing these folks? Do you do like a criminal background check on them, or what is involved in that?
It's a very simple process. The applicant comes in, they fill out an application. One of the questions asks about any type of a criminal record, and they answer the question, but there is no background check beyond that. Even if they say they have a criminal record, the permit is still issued to them. The fee is $50.
Follow up.
So just for clarification, the sole role of the office is to collect the fee and the bond, to insure the bond and issue the permit. So there's really no necessarily benefit to the communities other than knowing that bond has been issued. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair. I mean, our role is ministerial. We keep a record of all of those that receive a permit. And as I mentioned, there is a provision that allows the Secretary of State to revoke a permit after a hearing, but I can't ever recall that being, that part of the statute being used.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is just if Mr. Scanlon recalls any cases of people being prosecuted because they were engaging in this activity without the license.
I can't recall that happening either. I would like to check with the staff in our office just to see if they're aware of anything like that, and I'll be happy to do that and get back to the committee.
Thank you. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Scanlon.
Good afternoon.
Would you say that the majority of that you issue, as the sponsor suggests, are issued through companies that are doing business out of the state and are just here temporarily, or are they rather just individual?
Representative Schuett, I don't have an answer to that question off the top of my head without researching that a little bit, and I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and David, welcome, and thank you for taking the question. Isn't this somewhat of a deterrent to bad actors looking to come into the state? And it also gives some accountability for cities and towns to look back and see that they've put the bond up and have filled out the proper paperwork as to their legal background, whether they've been in trouble or not. And $50 is a small price to pay to have that information available.
It may be, Representative Goley. It's one of those things where, from our perspective, we just don't see a history of abuse of the permit. But that's not to say that just the fact that we issue them isn't a deterrent to misbehavior. And if it gives comfort to the citizens of the state of New Hampshire, then that may be justification to maintain the law as it is.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Scanlon.
Thank you.
They'll go away because I'm sure we'll have similar ones on the next bill. Does anyone else wish to testify on House Bill 218? All right, seeing none, I will close the hearing. Open the hearing on House Bill 217 and call Representative Yokela.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Josh Yokela from Fremont, introducing HB 217, repealing RSA 320 regarding hawkers and peddlers. Much of my comments on this would be essentially the same as the previous bill, and other than the fact that these are more likely to be people that, instead of being serviced by potentially Amazon or whatever, would be much more likely to be serviced by Craigslist or still eBay, but also we're competing with that, and I think that it still allows for these to be regulated at the local level, and so I think that the additional requirement for the state level license is not necessary, and I would consider that, or I would like the committee to consider repealing this and supporting HB 217. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. I have a question. I looked at 217 and 218, and it appears that if we passed both of them, the effect would depend on which one was last, because they do not appear to be compatible. Could you address that, please?
Thank you for the question. That is not my intent. And I am not aware of that issue, but I'm happy to look into it and get back to you.
Well, if you just look at the bottom line, line 14, House Bill 217 deletes the comment about RSA 320 and leaves 321. 218 deletes 321 and leaves 320. So they are not well coordinated. Right. All right. Does anyone else have a question? Seeing none. No one else has signed up to speak. Does anyone wish to testify on House Bill 217? Okay, then. In that case, I'll close the public hearing. And we will resume the public hearing on House Bill 377. $377,
Yeah.
the fire marshal and recovery houses.
Thank you.
Okay. So, yes, Ms. Bach, I believe, was still speaking. Okay. Ms. Bach?
I raised my hand because I thought we were at questions.
Okay, thank you. Do you have does anyone on the committee have questions?
Is this on House Bill? This is on the recovery houses, correct?
Senator Blackus has a question.
Yes, it might have been the lady who was just speaking. It was stated that the state fire marshals can already grant exceptions for recovery houses, so this bill isn't needed. My question is, are they actually being granted? Are there places trying to get exceptions where it's not being granted? That's my question.
My understanding from Fire Marshal Parisi was that he granted an exception just a week or so ago, but I see that he's come on, so maybe he's better to answer that than I am.
Okay, Representative.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Was the question, are we granting variances now? Is that what the question was?
Yes.
Thank you for the question. The answer is yes, we have granted 2 or 3 variances recently. We've also denied several, but the denials, to the best of my recollection, the denials were at least a couple of years ago.
Thank you. Follow up?
So given that you can do that, what benefit do you see if this law were passed?
Thank you for the question. I think it's something that it's a fundamental policy question that I think Kim is absolutely right. Ms. Bach is absolutely right. Currently, we can issue a variance to the state fire code under the statute, under 153 and under Safe C 6000. However, I guess I look at this more of a kind of a blanket policy decision, kind of like when the legislature decided that we didn't want to have sprinkler systems in 1 and 2 family dwellings. So rather than the state fire marshal's office take on the full responsibility of deciding whether or not they're in a kind of a global way, whether recovery residences ought to be exempt from sprinklers if they were to follow some other certain rules. We feel as if it's best that this be decided at a state level, so that everybody knows what the rules are, and so that if you're in Pittsburgh or if you're in Pelham, you know that this is available to you, as opposed to the possibility of somebody doing a NIMBY game or somebody not highlighting this option to a recovery residence.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there other questions? Yes.
Schmidt.
Representative Baroda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm asking, this is a question for Ms. Bach. You represent a certain group of recovery homes, correct? May I have a few questions. May I ask a follow-up?
Follow-up.
And that's only within a certain region, and there are many more recovery houses that are not part of your association, correct? I'm sorry, we can't.
We certify and are delegated to certify, voluntarily certify recovery houses across the state of New Hampshire. It's up to the recovery house to come to us to request certification. And we have certified so far 48 houses, and we're working on another 7 or 8 right now. We know of another about 30 that we're ready to make contact with to see if they're interested. But no, there's no reason for a recovery residence to become certified or to go on the state registry. It's not required.
Follow up, please. You mentioned that, maybe I misunderstood you, but you mentioned that you were under tighter regulations than other groups. Is that correct, and why? If these exemptions exist.
If I understand the question correctly, if House Bill 377 passes, New Hampshire core certified houses or houses on the New Hampshire State Registry of Recovery Houses would be under stricter regulations than those that receive an exemption. They would be required to have a walkthrough from an inspection from the fire department on at least an annual basis. And there were other pieces of that bill that wouldn't be applied to other congregate living situations in the same neighborhoods who were granted an exemption. That laundry list of items is all additional things.
This is my last question, I promise.
Thank you.
Why can't they ask for an exemption as well?
I believe the short answer is they can, but they haven't yet.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Schmidt, you have a question?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Bach, my question goes to a statement you made earlier before we had recessed the hearing. It seems to me like you're doing extremely meticulous and solid, laudable work. I don't have any issue with the issue you're raising. The question I have is that the reports that I've been hearing, that there are outfits out there that are not kosher, not legit, whatever, that are pretending to be recovery houses, but are not, or at least are very shoddily run or whatever. And the fire marshal is not going to approve those people. They're going to shut them down or make them clean up their act and so forth and so on. So can you speak to that contingent, people who are probably not contacting you, don't want to have anything to do with you because they're kind of running a scam based on what I'm hearing? Can you talk to that?
For that question. So there are definitely houses out there that are running questionable operations. And we know across the country that we have to be concerned about human trafficking. We have to be concerned about drug dealing. We know that in any industry, there will be people who will take advantage of a situation if they can do that. And this is, every housing is a place where they can take advantage. However, there are also very reputable houses out there that have their own source of financing. They have their own means to get recovery residents within their recovery house, and they have no need for the connections that NH Core can provide or that the state registry system can provide. They have out-of-state funding sources. They may have out-of-state clientele sources. There's no reason at all for them to come forward and get certified. And they may run excellent houses as well. They should be treated the same. We all should be treated the same, and we should be treated the same as any other similar type of housing. So another type of housing would be some of those houses that are turned into apartments for UNH students. Should be treated the same.
Okay, it just seems to me like the fire marshal is going to be, what I'm concerned about is the fire marshal going after the places that are unsafe and unscrupulous and so forth. I don't think he's coming after you guys. I don't see it as a situation where they're going to be discriminating, but you're the expert, so I'll defer to you.
Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Who sets the certification requirements that you certify people under? That's question one.
They do.
Thank you for the question. The certification requirements are established by the National Alliance of Recovery Residences. And that organization, NAR, is recognized by Congress. It's often cited in federal regulations as setting the standard for best practices within the social model type of recovery house. Those regulations are how we certify. Again, it's a voluntary certification. So they do not apply to Oxford houses, and there are Oxford houses in Manchester. They don't apply to anyone that doesn't come forward to be voluntarily certified.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Are you on the board, or does your agency have a seat at the table in setting those requirements with NAR?
I attend monthly meetings with NAR, and I am on the advocacy board with NAR, so I'm involved in all the federal legislation that would affect recovery housing. But I'm not on the board of NAR, no.
Okay. Representative Lekis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you said it's discriminatory in that there's other types of housing that are similar, like the apartments that are, for students. And my question is, can you give me an example of a type of housing that would not need some kind of exception from the fire marshal to operate, maybe I can word this better. So you're looking for certain kinds of exceptions for recovery houses. One I know of is sprinklers, there may be others, but is there some other kind of housing that, would want to operate or would operate without sprinklers or those other requirements that wouldn't end up with the same kind of requirements that are in this bill. I'm looking for, is there really a case clearly of discrimination?
Could I defer that question to Chris Wellington, as she is an expert on fair housing law?
Do you,
What I'm looking for is an example, not an exposition on the law. So whoever's better.
She's talking, unmute yourself.
You're muted, Chris.
This is Christine Wellington, and I'm a board member of New Hampshire Core. We could use Representative O'Brien's example of the duplex home. And according to Representative O'Brien, because they're single family homes, but because they're duplexes, the fire code requires smoke detectors. If that duplex was a recovery home, our position would be that yes, the home requires smoke detectors because that's the fire code, but it would not require a sprinkler because the residents would be the same situation as two separate families living in a duplex. So that there shouldn't be any extra regulations placed upon a dwelling merely because the occupants are people in recovery and are protected under the Federal Fair Housing Act. And by the way, the state law against discrimination.
Thank you.
Representative Allegro?
I think this question is probably better for Mr. Parisi to answer, but anybody could chime in. I assume that there are differences in the requirements of different structures and institutions, for instance, hotels versus multiple dwellings and that sort of thing. So the type of structure and many other factors play in to the discretion that's used by the fire marshal. Discretion, or as might be worded, discrimination used by the fire, because discrimination is not a bad word implicitly. That discrimination. So my question for Mr. Parisi or for yourself is that discretion not well warranted in the fire marshal's decisions to have different requirements for different structures and institutions, establishments?
Mr. Parisi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, sir. So the short answer is yes, absolutely. There are different requirements depending on the number of people that are in the building, the type of structure, the number of floors, the number of exits. All of that plays into what the requirements are going to be. I think one of the really important parts about this entire issue is that we got to this point, at least I think we got to this point because the folks that are in recovery housing are disabled and therefore deserving of a reasonable accommodation. And if they're deserving of a reasonable, so ordinarily the way our posture is that because of the type of housing, the type of structure, the number of people in the house or building, the number of floors, exits, and so forth, oftentimes fire sprinklers are required. What we were trying to do, or what we're trying to do with this legislation is simply say, we recognize that a reasonable accommodation should be granted to these people. So therefore, we figured if we can mitigate some of the risk of a fire, we can therefore grant them the reasonable accommodation from the sprinkler system and still put a head on the pillow at night knowing that they're going to be relatively safe. I think that's it in a nutshell. I hope that answers your question. If not, I'll certainly be happy to follow up.
Thank you.
Other questions? Then Roy and then Representative Grover.
I have a question for Fire Marshal Parisi. Can you speak to this allegation, for lack of a better term, that this is somehow a discriminatory policy?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I can't, and I can't because what we're trying to do is lessen the restrictions, not increase the restrictions. I know it seems like it's getting turned around, but We're simply, I know it's a laundry list of things, but the important part to remember is that that laundry list of things only needs to be done if the occupancy is requesting relief from an automatic fire sprinkler system. If they're not requesting that, none of this comes into play. Now, Director Bach's list comes into play because if they're going to be certified, certainly they need to follow that stuff. But other than that, we don't really get involved if they're not requesting an exemption or a reasonable accommodation.
Follow up.
So they've said that similarly situated buildings that may house, for example, students or what have you, are not subjected to these requirements. So are they subjected to the fire sprinkler requirement?
Yes, sir, they would be.
Okay.
And just to add on to that, I don't use this in a flip way, but if an outlaw motorcycle gang came to us and said, "Hey, we want to, not put sprinklers in our clubhouse, but we're going to have 12 or 15 people sleeping there," we would likely not entertain them because they're not disabled. They're not deserving of a reasonable accommodation. Folks that are suffer from substance use disorder and are in recovery, they are deserving of that accommodation. So therefore, we're trying to grant relief, not create more of a burden.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee? Representative Grote, did you still have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Roy asked my question, actually. I'm all fine. Thank you.
Good. Okay, Representative Pearson.
Did you hear anything I just said?
No.
Looking at the attendance list here, we have the fire chief of the city of Manchester on the attendees list, and I think it would behoove of the committee to hear what's going on specifically in his city in reference to this issue.
Well, I was about to ask for if anyone wished to testify, but your question came first. Chief Goonan?
Chief, you have to unmute yourself.
There we go. I'm back. I lost it for a second here. I'm sorry I came on a little bit late. We've had a couple issues here in town that I couldn't get to the meeting in time, but I appreciate you letting me speak. Yes, I fully support this bill. We've been working on this type of legislation for a long time. Every time I speak in front of a hearing or a committee, it boggles my mind to think how far we came away from the traditional requirements of the fire code to get to this point. We're truly trying to make this easier to get some of these buildings in. And like the fire marshal said, we still want to sleep at night. We just want a place that's reasonably safe for people. I always say even a protected class deserves to sleep safely at night. And, some of the places that we see certainly are not safe. That's what keeps us up at night. To say that we're purposely trying to discriminate from a protected class just blows my mind. We don't discriminate. We treat all these buildings the same, whether it's a rooming house or whether it's folks from SNHU occupying a single family home. I totally understand sober living. I totally understand what, the opioid crisis and the drug crisis and the methamphetamine crisis and the alcohol crisis and the everything above crisis. I get it. I am 150% in the middle of this thing. You know, I serve on some national committees, the National Institute on Drug Abuse. We speak about this all the time. I am 100% in. I just want people in my city, of course, in the state, to just have a safe place to go. They deserve a safe place to go when they're in recovery. That's what the basics of this whole thing. And with the help of the fire marshal, we've come a long way to meeting. We're well past meeting halfway. We're looking at, you know, we've always wanted to do just a quick check sheet. Here you go. You come in, you just identify yourself as, hey, look, I've got this a home. It's going to be a sober living home. We're on, you know, 123 Dubuque Street, and we would respond by saying, here's your check sheet. That's it. You know, we're not asking for a whole lot more than what we ask for your typical person with a 3-family. We've seen a lot of bad actors. I understand that that NAR and New Hampshire Corps, you know, are working hard, but there's no guarantee that everybody's going to play by the rules. All we want to do is have a basic set of safety rules that we can help people and help people that want to run these agencies and these homes, help them open up, not prevent them from opening up. You know, that's basically what we're coming, you know, where we're coming at this. And every time I come up here, I just can't believe it comes back down to always the same thing. Unless you play by our rules 100%, well, there's going to be a lawsuit. You know, that's really what it comes down to.
Chief, I have a question. Sure. If I understand you correctly, you're saying that you support the requirements of this bill as a absolute bare minimum accommodations required for safety for living in an old building that doesn't have a sprinkler system. Is something like that correct?
Yes. Yes. You know, I think we're going above and beyond, you know, accommodations for, I mean, we're looking at trying to cut a piece of the fire code out just for these folks that are, you know, are suffering from, you know, substance use disorder. But we really treat all the places the same. I think this is a good set of minimum standards.
Instead of dealing with recovery houses specifically, we should put into the fire code that, you know, this is not recommended, but it is the absolute bare minimum if you want to live in an old house without a sprinkler system. Because that's what you're trying to do, if I understand correctly.
Yeah. Yes, living in an old house without a sprinkler system, you're asking me if this would be kind of a minimum standard. I would agree with that.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I wanted to clarify that in my own mind. Other questions, Representative Saitek?
Your approval list, Chief Gooden, does it insist or does it say that they can't smoke?
Yes, it does.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't. Thank you to those.
Well, I think that's one of the things that do keep us up at night. You know, and I think you'll find that statistically, there's a lot of folks smoking in some of these buildings, and we have an awful lot of tragic fires related to that. I can tell you, I rolled in on a few of them myself alone this spring. So yeah, it's something that we deal with, especially in the larger cities. Yes.
Thank you. Other questions?
One more, please.
Follow up.
Chief Gooden, I'm not sure this is for you. It's maybe for Fire Marshal Parisi, but I want to summarize or try to summarize as the chair did just a moment ago. If there are any discriminatory aspects in this, it is because you are trying to make reasonable accommodations for the disabled under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Is that a fair statement?
If you're asking me, I think it's a fair statement.
And
thank you.
I hope Chief Fire Marshal Parisi would agree.
Yes, I would, Representative Saitek. Thank you for the question.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Chief Goonan. I think what Representative Pearson was hoping for would be an example of what you are seeing, particularly in your city, as a case that shows what is needed.
Well, I think in my city, we do have quite a few. In fact, this week seemed like a big week of local residents identifying possible buildings that are sober living buildings. But yes, we see kind of all the above. We have some really good folks that are in here. For instance, we work with a few groups who will come to us first and say, Chief, in Fire Marshal Parisi, it's the same group that he sees a lot. Help us open up, tell me what you need for minimum standards. So we have a lot of folks coming in here meeting those minimum standards, but because we don't have any definitions or any, let's say, regulations besides identifying people as rooming houses, we'll go in there and say, unfortunately, you did a fantastic job with this building, but because we have nothing else, you're a rooming house, you need a sprinkler, or I have nothing else to do but take action. You know what I mean? We're looking for some guidance in some kind of relief, because we don't want to do that to folks that are operating these buildings that are that we think are relatively safe, and they're upfront and honest with us, and following New Hampshire Core and NAR and those folks, because those are good. But we also have people I'll be notified by my officers as they go into places. Hey, Chief, do you realize we have 30 people living in a 3-family, and we're like, we don't know, and then we'll have to try to start taking some action, and that's what keeps us up at night, because we just don't have any clue where these places are, and we're not asking for a lot. We're not asking for you to come in and pay a fee. We're not asking you to come in and say, you're going to buy a $1,000 licensing fee, so we're going to go inspect. We'll help you open up. We'll touch base with you the next year, or I'll send a fire company over just to do a quick check sheet, make sure everything is still operating, and the fire chief in Manchester, can sleep a little bit better at night. That's simple.
Thank you.
Representative Allegro?
No, I didn't have a question.
Oh, okay, good. Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chief Goonan, for coming before the committee today and testifying. Your leadership in this has been very helpful. You just touched upon an interesting concept of simply knowing where these locations are. That becomes paramount, or do you think it becomes paramount even in the smaller rural communities and not just in the city of Manchester, where we have substantially more fire resources?
I do, because what a lot of stuff we do is pre-planning, and we want to know our neighborhoods. Our officers and our firefighters want to know what they're arriving to, and a lot of times if you arrive to a place that you think may have 3 people in, or a building that's on fire, and you expect your normal 3-family with 3-4 people in, or even a family with 5 people or something like that. And then you show up and you get 10 people per floor. That's a problem for us. And that'd be a problem for any place in the state, my opinion.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the committee? Okay. I'd like to thank everyone who came back after we had to adjourn. Very helpful. What's that?
Rep. Goley just put his hand up.
Oh, Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to ask a question. I was a co-sponsor. So as a co-sponsor, I'd just like to speak briefly at the end here, if I may. I just want to talk about a few points we heard earlier from New Hampshire Core. It's an organization. These recovery places are not required to register with them. They're an organization that goes around certifying the ones that they certify, but it is not a requirement to be a recovery house here in New Hampshire. Also want to note that it was noted about UNH Housing not needing sprinklers. That's not true. They would need sprinklers. And this bill gives an exemption to recovery houses from sprinklers. And so I'm not sure how they think they are being treated at a higher level when it's actually giving it exemptions for the law. And, you know, this eliminates the need for sprinklers. Working in Manchester, you know, I did see a number of places. You go on a call for a smoke detector activation, you show up to a 3-family expecting 6 or 7 people in that building, and you get 10 or 12 coming out, piling out of rooms to be reported to our fire prevention when they go and find out and they say they're a recovery house. I think it's important that these added safety measures are adopted and required if these are going to work as be a recovery house. The other thing I did want to say is, in speaking with Fire Marshal Parisi, he can make the exceptions. But the issue is that goes back on him when something happens and someone gets injured or killed because he gave an exception. Whereas if we as legislators put it in statute, it gives him a little breathing room at night, not knowing that it wasn't on him, it was in the statute, and it's how we felt these places should be treated. And I agree with him on that. I truly agree that if he wanted to, or if it was someone else in his position, they could go around and say they're not giving the exceptions and could say, you know, fully go by the fire code and put everything in. So I hope the committee will vote this ought to pass, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jake Berry had asked to testify, and he's here, so if you would, I recognize him.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee. Sorry, let me turn on my video here. My name is Jake Berry. I'm the Vice President of Policy at New Futures. As many of you know, New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit health policy and advocacy organization. We've been working for more than 20 years to address alcohol and other drug issues in the state. I'll be brief. I know you've discussed this at length today. New Futures is not taking a formal position on this bill, but I do want to emphasize the sensitive and important nature of the issues around recovery housing. I know I don't need to tell you that access to stable housing is one of the most critical factors contributing to long-term recovery from substance use disorder. And a lack of housing facilities is one of the biggest obstacles we face as a state in our battle to overcome the ongoing addiction epidemic. I certainly recognize that this bill is intended to help ensure the safety and security of our recovery housing facilities, and certainly the safety and security of these houses and their inhabitants is paramount. That said, the risk of fire or other emergencies is not the only concern facing the individuals in these homes as they seek to achieve long-term recovery. So I really want to thank the committee for the work you've done today, and I hope you'll continue to ask tough questions and dig deep to ensure that there are not any unintended consequences of this legislation that could lead to the overregulation, financial strain, or unnecessary closure of these houses. Again, we certainly appreciate your attention to these critical issues, and we're happy to work with all parties to find something that works. And thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? I don't see anyone. So I will close the hearing on House Bill 377 and open the hearing on House Bill 369. And I'm the sponsor, so I am not chairing the meeting, but I don't have any place to move to.
Okay, we're opening the hearing on House Bill 316. Recognizing President McGuire and Judicial Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Carol McGuire, representing the towns of Allenstown, Epsom, and Pittsfield, Merrimack District 29. House Bill 369 was a request of the OPLC. And in fact, after the Occupational Therapist Board reviewed it, they came up with an amendment number 2021-0185, which you should have already, which replaces the entire bill. And I defer all questions to the OPLC. I believe Ms. Tom Broderick is their representative this afternoon.
Okay. I recognize Mr. Broderick to address the bill. Who does?
If I can check, do we have a copy of the amendment someplace?
It should have been emailed.
What was the number again?
Mr. Chair, could I just ask a clarification?
Sure.
The amendment that we got at the bottom says the bill is a request of the Office of Professional Licensure, but I believe I just heard the sponsor say that the amendment was actually put forward by the individual board. Is that correct?
Yes, the board recommended it and it's put forward by the OPLC. The board is part of the OPLC.
I realize that. I just wanted to be sure the source of the amendment was the individual board.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Full OPLC.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Broderick, you're recognized.
Good morning, members of the committee, or good afternoon. I'm sorry, I was supposed to speak with you in the morning. So I'm Tom Broderick, legal counsel at the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, or OPLC. Just for the record, the OPLC provides administrative and clerical support, record-keeping services, and business processing for the approximately 54 licensing boards, commissions, and councils under our umbrella. So this bill affects both OPLC and one of the boards we administer, the Occupational Therapy Governing Board. I want to make clear, right now I'm speaking on behalf of the OPLC, the agency only. I'm not speaking on behalf of the board. I believe there's someone here from the board who's going to be testifying today. I'm not sure though, with a change in time, if they're still able to do so. So currently, without this bill, if occupational therapists or OTs or occupational therapist assistants or OTAs wish to perform what are called physical agent modalities or PAMs, you'll probably hear these terms thrown around, they must first obtain a certification from the board before doing so, a PAM certification. So this bill will remove the requirement for OTs and OTAs to obtain that certification before they can perform the PAMs. So what we're doing right here is really we're removing a level, an additional level of certification. The bill was introduced last legislative session. It was sidelined due to the pandemic. It was a Senate bill. It passed through the Senate, but I believe it was tabled in the House due to the pandemic. The OT board had requested of OPLC that we put forward this bill again. And so that's why we did. The OPLC is in support of this, the main bill. In our view, it'll save staff resources while also adequately protecting the public. So the bill will save staff resources because there's just can be one less type of certificate to issue, less applications, et cetera, for the agency to track and the board to grant or deny. We believe it still adequately protects the public. I think there's likely some OTs here who can testify more as to the actual practice of physical agent modalities better than I could, but I'll note that the board still retains some rulemaking authority over the practice of PAMs. With regards to the amendment, so OPLC, our agency, we're not taking a position for or against the amendment. The amendment would further clarify the board's rulemaking authority regarding PAMs, which I'd be in support of in my role at the OPLC. But the other two changes have more to do with the practice of occupational therapy rather than licensure requirements or administration. And for that reason, OPLC isn't taking a position. That's all for my prepared comments, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from Mr. Broderick?
I do. I'm not sure if he's the best person, but I'd like to get at least some idea of the sorts of things which are, whatever the term is, the modalities. I mean, I was aware of ultrasound and the electrical, but what other things are there?
Yeah, I am hoping that there are some occupational therapists on to testify as to more specifics. As I said, I know a board member was planning on being there. My understanding as an attorney, and I have 54 boards I work with, so I don't know everything about all the professions, is that these are an OT or OTA can perform these, some of the modalities that a physical therapist would normally perform, so long as it's in the course of them providing their OT treatment. So I don't know exactly what those are, but I just received an email saying a board member is on and can testify more to that.
Thank you.
Who is that board member?
Sarah, I don't have the last name.
Hinckley?
Yes, yep.
Any more questions for Mr. Broderick? Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to recognize Sarah Hinckley. Okay, Ms. Hinckley. Ms. Hinckley? See you there. Ms. Hinckley, are you there?
I see her. I just
See her,
don't.
yep.
Yeah, I see her. She's there.
She's not talking.
Ask her to unmute if you want.
No, it's not muted. It's just not on. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this bill while we wait and see if Ms. Hinckley? Oh, Ms. Hinckley, can you hear us?
It doesn't look like she can hear us. Oh, she's putting in her earbuds.
Can you hear us now, Ms. Hinckley? Oh.
Can Mr. Broderick maybe contact her?
I reached out to our board administrator to see if I can help.
Thank you. Thank you. It was just a thought, we would call her if we could.
Sign made up, Representative Science. Now she's muted herself. You're muted, Ms. Hinckley.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I apologize for the technical difficulty. I had been listening in on Tom's testimony and then had tried to speak and was unable to through Zoom. So I apologize for the delay. I had to dial in via the telephone. So my apologies. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, members of the committee. I am testifying today in support of House Bill 369. You should have also previously received written testimony from Olivia R. Freeman, Chairman of the Occupational Therapy Board. I am an occupational therapy member as well as a board member with 14 years of experience. This proposed bill will allow OT professionals to practice to the full extent of our licenses and our education. The need for an additional certification as it stands does a great disservice to our profession, the patients, the clients, and all populations which we seek to serve. OT is a holistic discipline which attracts many people to this profession. The treatment of skilled occupational therapy with the use of physical agent modalities, also known as PAMs, can promote greater quality of life, improve patient outcomes, and in many situations, decrease pain. There are only currently approximately a dozen other states that require additional PAMS certifications, the state of New Hampshire being one of them. The elimination of the additional certification would allow for streamlined licensing requirements, protect public health and public safety and interest, and may provide indeterminate cost savings associated with the elimination of staff and board time to process the request for additional certification. In closing, the Occupational Therapy Board unanimously supports this decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Hinckley? No? Anyone else? Okay, there being none. Thank you, Ms. Hinckley.
Thank you.
Wishing to testify in this bill? I'm seeing no one. I'm going to declare this hearing closed.